Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 78. Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome. See. Alright, we concluded Unit 20 yesterday. Let's do the same. We're retiring Unit 19 for a bit. So let's start with Unit 19. Unit 19 had that long storyboard thing. However, we're gonna try to think of all the phrases that incorporate as many of the characters that occurred in Unit 19, as opposed to relying on the storyboard. Although I'm gonna kind of sort it out in my head in the storyboard. So, yeah. So, the storyboard was about location. So we have some position words. 乡下 Y Y 里 and our predicates our verbs. 脚 看见 It's good enough. Locations, maybe some objects to be around. Ugh. 冰箱 桌子 椅子 Oh, we do have another predicate. Uh, 定位 and another predicate. Just gotta flow. 请进 let's throw in some now peeps. Let's categorize the place, right? So dang it. Keep missing distance. Okay. 服务员 Oh, we got more adjectives. We got more verbs. So many verbiage. Let's go with 想电菜. Right. 想电菜. Maybe. Mm, 有英文菜单吗? Or 菜单? I was trying to. Dan is what I'm looking for. 在这里 yeah, 在这里等一下 please wait here for a moment, right? 在这里等一下 cover, what else can we cover here? Oh, probably one of my favorite phrases to say when when I'm out and about back in the day, because I love treating my friends to food, right? 这次我买单 so this time it's on me, right? Trying to use like 这 and also 买单. Let's see if we covered all the words, all the characters, all the new characters. I'm not too concerned about using all the older characters per se. So we have Y, 进 微 病 脚 桌 椅 箱 等 done. Those are our 10. Let's do unit 20. Unit 20 was supermarket, or like at a market. So we'll just do our usual semi storyboarding. Yeah. 一天 超市，超市，超市。Oops. Bang. Let's make it into a phrase. 帮我点，帮我点。Help me order. 帮我点。想要，想要，想要。给，给我。Okay. All right. Things at a market. Let's go. And now I gotta correct guo, guo, because I totally messed up guo for like maybe 2 days. I didn't even realize I started doing that. So. 水果，水果。苹果，苹果。米。西瓜。东西，东西。蔬菜。In a few years, I'm going to have to pick up Thai to be able to speak to your girlfriend's family. Oh, that's adorable. But hey, that's another language up your arsenal. Up my arsenal. I feel like that's kind of like up my bum joke. In your arsenal? I'm just kidding, sorry. Up my arsenal, or up your arsenal or something. It sounds like a Ratchet and Clank subtitle. Like Ratchet and Clank, the people at Insomniac always makes like fun little puns of that. Oh, up your arsenal is intentional? Oh, okay. Yeah, it reminds me of Ratchet and Clank, like Insomniac games when they name their subtitles for Ratchet and Clank games. They're very like lewd jokes, lewd weapon jokes. Like up your arsenal. Let's see. Chu Chai. So we're on the same page. We're on the same page. Jidan. Jidan. Jidan looks disgusting. Let's try again. Thanks to the radical under Don, Jidan coincidentally showing up multiple times today. It's actually pretty okay to remember now. Jidan. Jidan. Whoops. Stroke order. It's fine. It's kind of ugly, but that's okay. Mianbao. Those are our items. Okay. We have counters.一些 that took a little bit of priming. 一些这些那些包 and and die. Bow and die. Also, 不太 and 新鲜 Oh, that came out pretty well. 鲜 not so much. I stuttered a little, but 鲜 新鲜 鲜 Oops. And I think that's it. So unit 20, we still have plenty of time to emphasize unit 20. And we're retiring unit 19. So, all right. Let's look at our guidebook. Talk about hobbies. Oh, hobbies was on the Chinese side of things. Schedule was on the Japanese side of things. It looks like our leaderboard got reset. Okay. Let's see. What are your hobbies? 你的爱好 Really? 爱好 That's hobby? 你的爱好是什么？
你的爱好是什么？
爱好 Interesting. We are getting so many characters now that we can read a lot of the new vocabulary as well, because Chinese is more consistent with reads. The tones you have to fill out, so that's the difference, right? So 你的爱好 it's not 好 你的爱好是什么？
你的爱好是什么？
Yeah, 你的爱好是什么？ My hobby is photography. Can I read this? Nope. Those are new characters. We got 2 new characters. 你的爱好是 question or 训 No? Oh, sorry, I'm using Fujianese right now to see if I can guess it. No, I don't.
我的爱好是拍照。
Oh, 拍照 Oh, that's not in my lexicon. 拍照
我的爱好是拍照。
拍照 Traveling is my new hobby. Why does that look different? So it's a different type of traveling. Yeah, it's a different type of traveling. Oh no, it's not. The left character looks... No, yeah, the left character looks familiar. I don't know about the second character. And then 是我的新爱好 new hobby.
旅游是我的新爱好。
旅游 okay 旅 is still the same like 旅行旅行 this is connected with something else now.
旅游是我的新爱好。
旅游是我的新爱好 okay sure why why do you study Chinese? 我 I have no idea what that character is. 我 something 什么学习中文。
你为什么学习中文？
哦，为什么？你为 okay yeah 你为什么学习中文？yeah
你为什么学习中文？
oh that's what it looks like. Okay. I'm learning Chinese because I need to go to China. Fair enough. 我学习中文 oh I know how to say because, right? Oh no, maybe not. 课位 no, it's not 课 right? Something. And then this is 为为我要去中国 okay
我学习中文，因为我要去
oh
中国。
因为 that's right 因为 yeah 因为我要去中文 right 我学习中文中国 sorry 我学习中文因为我要去中国 Do you love listening to Spanish music? Wait, how do you say Spain? Nope. The internal game of do I know how to say this word? Yes. Yes. It's always like that. 我要听西 Spain? No. I don't know these characters. I'm gonna say it's gonna sound like Spain. So Spain, maybe Spain, something. And then 英语吗？
你爱听西班牙音乐吗？
西班牙。
你爱听西班牙音乐吗？
Yeah, 西班牙. Oh, so they went with ya instead. 西班牙音乐吗？音乐吗？西班牙。
你爱听西班牙音乐吗？
Okay, fair enough. All right. Let's go. Oh, there's only 4 lessons, so this is gonna be short. With a lot of characters. Kind of feels like there's a lot of characters. I hope we get a lot more characters. I think we're over 500 now. I think we might be getting close to 500 soon. Really exciting. I love being able to read with like a glossary of 500 characters. And just feels right. Feels right. All is well in the world.
Wait.
Okay, Wei. It's a nice looking character. Not to be confused with Wei. We just got Wei, but a different Wei. So not this way. Or not, that's the wrong way, sorry. Not this way. Not this way. But this way. Haha, haha, that's a haha joke. Everyone laugh right now. I'm just kidding. It's not this way, it's that way. You know? No? Okay, fine.
Wait.
Fine. 4 lessons feels like a lot of vocabulary. It does. It especially in Chinese. 因为 2020 joke, yes. 因为 No, now we're like, it's not this way, it's 因为. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, sorry, we're getting too carried away.
因
Ha 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 ha, getting too carried away. I'm sorry, that was unintentional. I did not. It just registered to me at the very end. Sorry. All right, I'm done. I've gotten everything out of the way. I promise. That was the last one. No more. I promise. Or for today. Does laughing count if I breathe harder out of my nose than usual? I'll take that. I'll take that, Blair. I'll take that.
习
T, okay. I've never seen it separate. I wonder if they're using it separately. Probably not, just to introduce 学习 again.
给
给
为
为
习
习
书
书 and
因
因
为什么？
为什么 why 为什么 classic 为什么
为什么？你会说中文吗？
你会就喂 oh this is a repeat so that's fine 你会说中文吗can you speak Chinese
他喜欢学习英语。
他喜欢学习英语She enjoys learning English. For a moment there, I double took. I said, wait a minute, but we're learning Chinese. And I was like looking for Chinese. I'm like, wait.
这个太贵，所以我不买。
Oh, soy. Oh, wait, we need pinyin. I want to make sure. That's my first, soy. This is my first, this initial. This is the very first soul. Soy. 我不买。yeah. Yeah. 所以我不买。Neat. I'm so excited. Okay. 这个
太贵，所以我不买。
yeah. 所以我不买。这个太贵。这个太贵，所以我不买。These are like very familiar ones for me, so it's not too bad. This is too expensive. Anything that deals with like purchasing, wanting to buy something or wanting to be cheaper or haggling. I've listened to my parents time and time again, so these are very familiar phrases. This is too expensive. This is expensive, so I'm not going to buy it. I'm not buying it. Fair enough. 所以
我学习中文，因为我要去中国。
there's that phrase in the guide. 我学习中文，因为我要去中国。Right. I guess I'm going to. No. I'm just gonna. I think I am learning Chinese. Where's because at? Because I. Oh no. I need to go. Need? Okay. I mean, that's kind of strong. Is I need to go to China? That's coming off a little strong for Yao. I guess. Yao is like expressing a definitive desire, like you're going to do it, like you're actually going to do it. Xiang is like you like the idea of it, but you haven't considered how to literally do it yet. And then 想要 is in between. Like, oh, that's a good idea and I'm planning on doing it. And then 要 is a need to go to China. I guess.
你的朋友去哪儿？
你的朋友去哪儿？你的朋友去哪儿？
去哪儿？
Where did your friend go? Or where are your friends going? Where? Oh, that wasn't in the past tense. My bad.
因为
因为
你们想不想去纽约？
你们想不想去纽约？你们想不想去纽约？
去纽约。
纽约。Do you guys want to go to New York? Okay, now the reverse. It's super late. Good night. Good night, FIs. Oh, not. Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi nasai. Let's see.
我
就是这个太贵了。
太贵。
I just randomly put la in it. 这个太贵。所以我不买。I have a habit of putting la at the end of things, like 太贵了。这个太贵了。所以我不买。I am learning Chinese because I need to. Oh, okay.
我学习
中文。中文。因为我要去中国。
中国。
Okay. All right. Ban. Oh yeah, this is Ban. Yeah, right. We already have this character, Ban. But for work. Ban for work.
班
Ban.
西
For like 西瓜. 西瓜. Oh no, 西瓜, sorry. 西瓜 and 东西.
西
班
旅
or like 旅行 which they're going to use for something else. 旅呀 or traveling as well. I wonder what the difference is between the two.
音
呀
牙
旅呀
牙
Yeah. Oh, it might be that alternative, the regional thing that someone, I think Hideyoshi mentioned.
牙
Yeah.
旅
西
习
Si. Oh, it's kind of nice to have two next to each other.
班
Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, 西班牙.西班牙. Oh, no, wait. That's not for traveling. It's something else. That makes so much sense now. 西班牙 and 西班牙语.
西班牙
西班牙语.
西班牙语
西班牙语. Oh, yeah, it's at the end. Yeah, sure. 西班牙语.
我不会说西班牙语。
西班牙语。我不会说西班牙语。西班牙语。西班牙语。西班牙语。西班牙语。我 我不会说西班牙语。Can't speak Spanish.
你的爱好是什么？
It's kind of funny that they pick Spanish because that's gonna be our third language. 你的爱好，你的爱好是什么？你的爱好是什么？你的爱好是什么？
爱好
我想去西班牙旅游。
我想去西班牙旅游。哦，游。Okay. That's kind of funny because hanging out, asobu, or like to play or to hang out, uses the same radical, only with a snail. Yeah, so this is right. And if you take this and put a snail on it, this is asobu, which is to play or like to hang out. And this kind of has that kind of element of hanging out, like traveling, like to be around places. I don't know, that's the connection that I'm making anyway. 我想去西班牙旅游。It's kind of flipped. I think so this is a little confusing. I want to travel to Spain, but this is like after the location. Yes, that might be a grammar point. Because that's a location you're traveling to. Maybe that's why this is different.
我买了一个新手机。
It's not the concept of traveling, which is maybe that's why 旅行 was introduced, and then that, but it does have traveling underneath too. So maybe that's like the active form of traveling. 我买了一个新手机。Okay. I bought a new phone.
旅游是我的新爱好。
旅游是我的新 what?
我的新爱好。
Oh, okay, never mind. It also qualifies as the concept of traveling. 旅游是 yeah, so this is the noun now. Traveling is my new hobby. 旅游是我的新爱好。Never mind. Just kidding.
旅
This one was hard to, like, I had trouble remembering this one. So maybe having multiple words is gonna help with this character. Are they gonna make me use the other one? No.
旅游
旅游是我的新爱好。
我的新爱好。
我想去，wait a minute，
我想
我想去
西班牙
西班牙
旅游。
旅游。This kind of feels redundant. A little bit. It's kind of weirdly redundant.
Song.
Song. Not that song, but this song. Interesting. What does this song mean? What is this? I don't remember what this is. Oh, all of these are different. A lot of these are different.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my gosh.
照
Yo.
Song.
Song. We just got Song.
Yin.
Yin. That's new too.
清
Ying. Wow.
Yin.
Okay. Yin.
Yin.
Okay. Okay. Qing. But you know what this reminds me of? I wonder if it has any relationship with this. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. Just kidding. Wrong radicals. It's fine.
Qing.
Oh, Qing.
Hi.
Hi.
Yin.
Hi. Yin. Oh my gosh. Yin.
Song.
I don't know what this is. Hi.
Hi. 照
Zhao.
清
Qing.
我们上午9点上班。
我们上午9点上班。Okay. Okay, sure. Eh, 9点下午。Oh, I forgot the O in o'clock.
照
Okay, 叫. What are we looking at? Oh. 叫香. That's actually a new character, but I can remember it. It's basically 香 without the bottom. So instead of this 香, you just erase the bottom. 香. But that is a new character. That is a new character. But it's related to 香. So that's fine. So 照相机. Fair enough. 照相机.
照相机。
你的照相机在房间里。
你的照相机在房间里. Okay. Integrating position from 2 units ago. Okay. The camera is in the room. Which room? 房间里.
他是印度人。
他是印度人. Oh my, Indu. Oh no. I see another character that's not being highlighted. So we have to remember this character separately. Indu. kind of looks like this. Yeah, we're gonna have to remember it separately. 印度人 maybe they'll include it. I don't think they will. 他是印度人 it's the same in Fujonese. All of Fujonese is like people say the same. Indu, it's less subtle. It's like a little bit more blunted. But Indu 9 instead of Indu 人 Indu 9 Indu 9 Ihi Indu 9他是印度人
我的家在印度。
我的家
我的
家
在家。
Oh, interesting.
印度。我的家在印度。
Oh, 我的家在印度 I'm like, what is going on? That doesn't make any sense.
印度。
我的家在印度。Okay.
我的爱好是拍照。
拍照 Oh, right. For photography. I do not know photography. 拍照 Okay. And they added 照 Okay. 照相机 because the same 照 is in 拍照 Alright, fair enough. 我的爱好是拍照 That's so topical for a Chinese course to introduce photography. I mean, they did it in Japanese. 写真撮る写真や No. Oh, actually, I don't remember anymore. It was like converting. I'm pretty sure it's like 写真 and then 撮影. Yeah, 撮影, which 写真ko kind of introduced to. What was the other phrase? I don't remember. I feel like it was like yeah, I don't remember. That's so long ago. My memory is deteriorating. 我的爱好是爱教 I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. 我的爱好是拍照。
我最喜欢用手机拍照。
我最喜欢手机用手机拍照。
我最喜欢用手机拍照。
Okay. Interesting. My I like using my phone to take pictures the most. I like taking pictures with the phone, yeah, the most. I want to travel and relax a bit. Oh. Oh. 轻松
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 轻松 That's the new word for me. That's not in my lexicon. 轻松 What kind of... Sorry, I was gonna make like a... I was gonna make a generalization. How is this in a Chinese vocabulary? To relax a bit? What is this? What is this nonsense? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
我想
我想去
去
Wait, 我想去
旅游
旅游旅游 Wait. Relax a bit. 旅游
轻松
轻松一下
一下
一下 Okay, this is combining some stuff. So 一下 we know is like momentary or a bit. So this would make sense to have 一下 in 轻松 so 轻松一下 So 我想去 because you want to actively do something and it combines with 旅游 So 我想去旅游轻松一下 Right? Yeah, fine. He is relaxed. What the... Is that 轻松 too? Okay. So 他不忙他今天不忙他很轻松 Maybe 他今天不忙 Oh, hey, Mang is exactly the same. It's fine. So we didn't learn this character, how to write this character because it's not cataloged in Chinese, but we just got it in Japanese. So now we'll know this character, even if we haven't. It means the same thing. Isogashi is the same exact character. 他今天不忙他 is relaxed 很轻松 Nothing else really makes sense 他很轻松他今天不忙他很轻松 Okay. That's a lot of vocabulary for one lesson, I'm just saying. 照相机
我最喜欢用手机拍照。
我最喜欢用手机拍照 Man, I feel like that's not even vocabulary anymore. More like a grammar thing. I like taking pictures with the phone. I was gonna say my phone. With the phone the most. Okay.
西班牙语
我用电脑学习中文。
我用电脑学习中文 Okay. Okay, that's not quite the phrasing I was gonna go with, but that's fine. I was gonna say I like using the computer to learn Chinese as opposed to I learn Chinese using a computer, but I guess that that's fine too. It is the means of studying. So 我用 okay, using computer, I suppose. So they're interpreting it as that phrase 用电脑 as a means. So 我学习中文 so I learn Chinese. I study Chinese. 我学习中文 by means of 用电脑 I suppose. Or it could be say I use the computer to learn or to study Chinese. I don't know about that. They might do it again and then show that it's either or. I mean, there's only one possibility here, so you can't say I using a computer learn Chinese, right? So it's fine. 我用电脑学习中文。OK， 为什么？
为什么？
这个太贵，所以我不买。
这个太贵，所以我不买，我不买，我不会。OK， 这个太贵。所以我不买，我不买，我不买。I keep saying fat. I boy. So I'm not buying it. 所以
因为
明年3月我们会去印度旅游。
明天3月我们会去印度旅游。Okay. We will travel to India. We will travel to India in March. 明年 next year. March of next year. Okay, fair enough. 明天3月我们会去印度旅游。
我学习中文，因为我要去中国。
I didn't.
我学习中文，因为我要去中国。
Okay.
我
学习中文，因为我要去中国。
旅游是我的新爱好。旅游是我的新爱好。
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
Man, I was thinking I how is nowhere close to Shumi. Sorry, that was my thought as I was distracting myself.
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
Oh, interesting.
因为
我想新朋友。我喜欢
旅游。喜欢我旅游，所以我喜欢旅游。因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
认识 I see.
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
Okay.
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。喜欢、想
That makes more sense. 因为 因为 so that now they're using like because as a starter as opposed to second. Instead of say 我想旅游，因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以okay because 所以 okay 因为 oh that's interesting so
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
So you're still doing 所以 because I want to meet new friends or make new friends, so to speak. I like to make new friends. I like to meet new friends or make new friends. So I want to travel, right? I would like to travel.
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。
因为我喜欢认识新朋友，所以我想旅游。Oh, and then they even phrased it that way. I want to go traveling because I like making new friends. Like I would have just flipped this.
我太忙了，我只想轻松一下。
我太忙了。我想轻松。
我太忙了，我只想轻松一下。
轻松一下。That's kind of neat. And now I feel like I've heard this phrase before.
轻松。轻松
OK
我
太忙了 or maybe not
我太忙
我太忙了我太忙了
我想轻松一下
wait I'm missing something
我太忙了我只想轻松一下
我okay fair enough that's an accent for that that's
想轻松一下
No offense, but why are you using Duolingo to learn Mandarin? In my opinion, it's not that good. Okay. No offense taken. Why am I using Duolingo? No offense. Why not? I mean, if it's not good, I'm sorry to hear that it's not good. It's good enough for me, I suppose. 我太忙了我只想轻松一下
我太忙了我只想轻松一下
Neat. Very neat. Very curious. This time they went with a la. I guess that's because it's past tense. Just threw in a 直
我太忙了我只想轻松一下
Okay. All right. So now we get 15 minutes of Hanzi. So 10 new characters. 10 new characters. Oh, they covered most of it. Oh, they even included 像. Okay. 像. All right, cool. So I don't need to take note of that one.
因为
Okay, sweet. So 因为为什么
为什么？
因为
为什么？
为什么？
因为
为什么？
因为
为什么？
The better question is, Bob, did you just decide to come to a person who's randomly
因为
using Duolingo to say that?
为什么？
为什么？
That's interesting.
为什么？
Or did YouTube somehow brought you
为什
here?
么？
Does that mean that you're learning Mandarin or something?
Get more with Super.
Get more with soup.
因为
为什么？因为
为什么？因为
为什么？
Must be
因为
interesting
因
to
为
find
因
to
为
find that it's
因
worth
为
that time.
为什么？
Okay.
因为
因为
因为因为
因为
因为
因为因为
Or you just
因为
因为
wanted to make that comment and then leave and
因为
not say
因为
anything else. That's perfectly fine too.
因为
因为
Definitely haven't definitely encountered that more often than not. Okay.
为什么？
为什么？因
因
为
为什么？
因为
因为
为什么？
因为因为
因为因为因为
所以
所以所以
所以
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 Huh. They use this
所以
character instead? Man. Although
所以
now I know where show comes from.
所以
Show in basho.
所以
所以所以所以
所以
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 so
Get more with
get more with soup.
因为
因为因为
It's amazing.
因为
因为
因为因为因为
因为因为
The attention span of a squirrel. All right.
所以所以
所以
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 Huh. Oh, wait.
所以
No, maybe
所以
not. No, maybe. Oh, no, maybe not.
所以
所以
Because it's
所以
slightly different. Yeah, it is
所
different.
以
Sort of. Is that what's supposed to look
所
like?
以
Now I'm gonna have to compare the two. Huh. The stroke order seems a little different too.
为什么？
为什么？
为
因为
因为
为什么？
因为因为因为
为什么？
为什么为什么
Get more with Super Duo.
Get more with soup.
因
因为
因为因为
I don't think I've seen this
因为
因为
in either kanji or
因为因为因为
in
因
any
为
way yet.
因为
Didn't encounter this yet. Okay.
所以
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 所
所
以
以 maybe
所
I
以
have
所以所以
yeah, there's a subtle difference between
所以
the
所以
radical I'm
所以
thinking of and this one.
所以
所以
因
为因为
因为因为
因为
因为
因为因为因为
因为
因为
为什么？因为为什么？
因为
为什么？为什么？
因为
为什么？
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 因为
因为
所以
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 说
所以
我
所以所以
所以
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 alright 因为
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 因为因为因为
因为
Oh, I have something to say.
因为
I have a closing remark regarding conversationalism. I actually read an article about this recently. Maybe if I can find it.
所以
Such a telltale sign.
所以
I'll talk about it in a bit.
所以
所以所以
The lack of rapport by
所以
saying no offense.
所以
所以所以
Clearly someone hasn't been in a
所以
professional field. Good old no offense. 中文因为 where are you?
因为
中文
中文
因为
中文因为中午
中午dang it
所以
所以
学校
Oh, I was gonna say got cold. 学校
中文
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 因为
中文
中文
凯文中文韩文
对吗？
吗？
因为
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 因为请问中文英文放学
中国国文放学
放学
谁的？
谁的？
因为
因为
中文
中文
学校
校。Okay.
中文
中午中文 OK
中国英文中午中文午饭
中午
中午
中文
文中文
中文中午
午
中午 凯文，中学生，中国，中文，
对，
中文，
英文，
中文，
英文，中文，英国，美国，中国，
英文，
中文，
中文，文，
中文，
英文，
英 OK，
中国，英文，中文，你呢？
英国人。
我叫 Interesting 凯文，
凯文，
我叫
我
凯文。Oh, I didn't get 凯文 the character at all. Interesting. 我叫米饭，
凯文，中文，豆腐，
我叫
凯文，
我叫中文，英文，我叫凯文，超市，
凯文，凯文，
对，
老公，上网，凯文，中文，我叫老师，凯文，零食，我叫中文，
英文，
韩文，
韩文，豆腐，英文，唱歌，中文，
韩
文，
英文，
英文，
韩文，
英文，英国，饭馆，韩文，老师，
韩文，
凯
韩文，亚洲，
吃饭，
中文，凯
文，
凯文，
韩文，
凯文，
韩文，你的，跑步，凯文，中文，
I think that's good enough for 15. We'll do one more. 中文 I think that was 15 minutes.
凯文，
中文，
老婆，豆腐，中文，凯文，老公。Oh there, Timmy. Hello, konnichiwa. Hello. 久しぶりです。久しぶりです。Let's see.
凯文，
中文，
中文，
中国，
英国上网凯文中文
In my dreams today, Chinese appeared. Oh. In what way? Very random, huh? In what way? Give me some details. I'll keep doing this for a little bit, actually.
中文
Zhongwen. While you fill me in.
英文
Ingwen. I'm at the end of my session, so we're just bootstrapping today's vocabulary and characters. Zhongwen.
中文
英国人，
英文凯文中午
Actually, I do need to review the characters themselves. So probably after this, I'll review that.
英文
Ingwen. Ingwen.
中文
Zhongwen.
中文英文
Ingwen.
中国
中国
英语书，
Okay.
中文中学生英文
Alright, so let's go over these. I might not have hit them yet, but figure it out myself. Two boys appear suddenly, and one of them was a combination of younger me and an anime character. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna make a commentary on. Hang on. I was gonna make a commentary on someone's commentary who doesn't even have the monochrome of respect to make a Yep. Yep. Someone who doesn't even bother having any monochrome or respect of talking about language learning, just make an opinion and leave. And they kept repeating this phrase together until they memorized it. Oh, so you and your different personas are coming together to helping you remember phrases. It's kind of a powerful trick. Honestly, it's telling you, one of us. Actually, what are you learning right now? Are you doing I'm actually not quite clear. Are you doing Mandarin or are you doing Japanese? You're doing Mandarin, right? And you already know Japanese. Is that how that works? I don't remember. Too much to talk about. Just not long ago, maybe like 15 minutes before you arrived, someone made a commentary and they started, still just Japanese mainly? Okay. Somebody started the commentary with no offense, but that is like the most, that is a person that doesn't understand communication, in my opinion. I was about to make a commentary on 2 or 3 articles about communication skills, especially in English. And the first comment anyone makes, one of the top 10, easily one of the top 10 phrases when you're trying to establish like some sort of professional criticism or you want someone to take yourself seriously. You start, the 3 red flags are no offense, but, why are you, as in you're instigating, or even if you're not intending, and then IMO, and then it comes with a negative comment. This person has this comment was classically triggered like 5 of the 10 red flags, and it's basically their entire comment. And then follow up with that, they don't even stay enough to actually answer my questions in response. So they probably didn't even stay long enough, in my opinion. If they're still here, that'd be pretty impressive, actually. They didn't even bother responding to my question about their opinions. I think there's a level of it's impressive. I think it's pretty impressive how you can say one sentence that reflects so poorly on your ability to communicate. So much for language learning, I suppose. Literally all the red flags. I would actually, we one of these days I might go over like communication stuff. Maybe we can do like a fun exercise in communication. That's kind of something that I might be able to be instructional about. Not learning language, obviously, because in my opinion, no offense, but Chinese and Japanese probably have the same grammar. Anyone who disagrees is just ignorant. That's pretty much how that works. And don't forget the subtext. I'm only here to make a comment and not stay for the response. Or I'm asking a question, but I'm not here to listen to the answer. Or participate in any form of discussion with them. I actually quite literally talked about this earlier in the day. About how the digital age had made this behavior acceptable. It is the decline of interpersonal skills. You say something and you never bother staying around to actually hear feedback. So like you can feel like you know things if everything you do and everything you interpret is based on yourself. Like what I mean is if you watch someone's content and you form an opinion about it, that is not with the response or feedback of the person. So if you keep doing that, that's kind of what makes an internet expert an expert with no experience. So you go around and saying, oh, that's not good in my opinion. It's like, what is your opinion? Did you actually talk to people? Did you actually have experience with talking to people? No, you don't even stay long enough to understand how it's not good and it's good or good enough because you live in your own bubble. It is the most flattering but normalized form of self-aggrandizement. Like I'm willing to hear that person's in my IMO comment. I want to know because I can address those things. What is it not good at? And then I can probably explain what I'm doing to continue using Duolingo while making up for all its shortcomings. I can name a lot of shortcomings. I wanted to know if this person's understanding of what is shortcomings in Duolingo, and I can add more to it. I didn't actually say that Duolingo is good, but for whatever reason, this person found their way. And I even asked them, my question was, how did you come about this channel, right? I'm sorry if YouTube algorithms suggested it as a learning thing, but there's got to be a reason for you to randomly say, I don't think Duolingo is great. So now I'm going to drop into this place and feel like I'm going to make a, respectfully so, a doofus and demonstrate how incompetent I am by stating something. And now you'll be forever marked in my memory. And what I'm saying now to this day will remain in that video. And I will be referring to this video forever. And yes, I did check that guy's channel. It's kind of humorous because he does have videos on that channel. He might even be in ABC. I don't even know. Maybe he might actually even be Chinese. I mean, I happen to be in ABC. So it would have been fine if we had a discussion about it. He could even teach me Chinese if he thinks he knows Chinese. I'm all up to it. But no, it's just that one comment, forever marked at 11:46 p.m. after 78 days. Not to be too harsh here, but even a village idiot can convince themselves to be a genius if they just narrow their frame of reference that they're a genius. Yeah, it is pretty harsh, but it may be worth mentioning. Maybe in a more subtle way to me. That is kind of my framework. It's an echo chamber. And I actually really wanted to know how does the person think it's not good? Because then I can work with that. But no, it's not. It's just a lonely comment with no follow-up, no interest in actually growing from making a comment. Like the tons of other responses. Anyways, that's my thought, right? How are you doing, by the way, Timmy? I'm gonna review and try to get these characters sorted out in a storyboard. I have to work out a storyboard for this. There's a foundation for dialogue. Yeah, exactly. I love to entertain it. I would love to entertain it. You're doing well enough? You're doing well enough? Well, that's fair enough. Acceptable. Can you tell me a memorable thing since the last time we spoke? Maybe some vicarious event that you're comfortable in sharing. I would love to be enamored by something that may have happened. It's been a while, maybe I'm gonna say 3 weeks. What have I done in 3 weeks? Oh, recently I had the opportunity to play Elemental Exiles. One of an indie dev contacted me, and I've been playing it for a week before its launch. The launch is tomorrow. The launch is on the 20th of August. So that was kind of fun. It's a roguelike deck builder. Quite fun. Should I seriously try to take up Chinese? Wait. Are you asking me rhetorically or are you asking yourself? I think you probably know the answer yourself, right? I don't remember how deep you are in your Japanese. You're probably super deep in your Japanese. I love it. I absolutely love it. Like today, I was worried that there were certain characters that it's not recorded on the Japanese side of things, and I would be losing it, but it comes up in the Japanese, in the Chinese side of things, and some of the things that I might have forgotten in the Chinese side of things came up in the Japanese side of things. It's so much fun making the connection between the teen language. If that stuff interests you, I think it's a lot of fun. Every time you learn new vocabulary, you're like, wait a minute. Wait. Hold. What was today's? Today was probably this character. And I'm still curious about it. I need to confirm. Because this reminds me of Shou. And this is Shou. What's another one? Where is it? This one. I had trouble remembering this radical. This radical in asobu, or like my Shoshinko session. But this radical is in this phrase. Why is this old? I don't remember having yo. Interesting. Yeah. Or how I how is nothing like Shumi. Shumi. Hold. Uh-oh. Oh, Shumi. Like, Shumi. Yeah. Like, Shumi. But they went with how. Maybe there is a phrase that relates these two, but funnily yesterday you saw a package and I tried so hard to find the Japanese word, then I realized it was Chinese because no katakana or hiragana whatsoever. Yeah, that is one of the telltale signs. Occasionally there are like complete, the only time you would find complete kanji, which may be exchanged for Chinese, is when you find like newspaper articles, like really large announcement, like government announcement notice and stuff, like notifications. You would probably find void of all hiragana or katakana. But other than that, outside of that kind of formal context, yeah, the dead giveaway is the lack of hiragana, the lack of kana in general. It was a package from Japan, but a Chinese company shipped it. Oh. However, this realization came after a long time working with this Japanese online dictionary. It's like the universe is telling you that you should leverage your Japanese to learn Chinese. You know? No bias whatsoever. I mean, if you end up taking up Chinese, I would love to hear your experience, because I want to surround myself with people who are interested in either or both. It's kind of a lot of fun, and it's very stimulating to have that perspective. Obviously, someone said this earlier, like phonological awareness is in my favor when it comes to Chinese as opposed to Japanese, but maybe it might be fun. I do expose myself to Chinese a fair bit. Yeah. So if you're already doing it as part of your lifestyle, that would be a great incentive. And I'm always exposed every single day. Chinese is an exposure. So now that exposure becomes more meaningful, right? Language learning, when you already have automatic exposure, breathes more life into it. You look up kanji in Wiktionary. Oh, interesting. Wiktionary. Is that how it's said? Wiktionary. Oh, okay. And see Korean and Chinese readings. Oh, I see. That's an interesting approach. Hang on. Hobbies. How can I remember these things? So we have Yingwei. So we can start with 为什么, right? Let me know what you decide to do. No pressure though. I need to create my web right now, my diagram, to remember these characters. 为什么? So 为什么? Then we go to the left and say Yingwei. So Yingwei, actually we might want to diagram vertically. Maybe vertically on top. This is my usual, like, my favorite part about learning contextless, or like with minimum context. I get to mess around and find my own way. So we have 为什么, but we can do 因为 so 因为为什么所以so we have 所以which is related to 可以. You personally prefer traditional to simplified? That's perfectly alright. I don't play favorites. Maybe one day I'll do traditional. It's whatever is available. So my response typically is why not both? But I can definitely understand it from someone who may have limited time and resources. You gotta choose your favorites. It's kind of like the same person that said, like, well, in my opinion, it's not good. And I'm like, well, that means you suggest that something is better. Like, that's fair. My question is usually, why not both? Or all of the above? Otherwise, I wouldn't value people's opinion as much as I do. Let's see. So, 所以 okay. Actually, I might need to. Okay, so let's 为什么 go 为什么 then 因为 所以 For me personally, Japanese is my frame of reference, so Japanese is closer to traditional. It's a mix, but here's my thing. If you already know that Japanese is closer to traditional, then you know what's not traditional. So if you learn simplified, you know every traditional version of the simplified version. That means you're learning two things at once. And that's what I've been doing. And it's a lot of fun figuring out which are simplified characters as opposed to reading a book telling you which one are simplified characters. Two birds with one stone, different frame of mind. And I still use Japanese as my point of reference, as an alternative to your perspective. It's actually a point of conversation most of the time. Like, hey, look, like for example, when this came up, because, you know, we know this. And then you know the deeper understanding of why it's simplified and why. So, if you want to know more, then that's perfectly fine. If you want to know less, know that you know less. Okay. Let's see. What was this? Oh boy. Oh, right. That's why it's so hard. Shibanya. Yeah, Shibanya. Okay. So how am I gonna weave this in? Shibanya. Where is it? Shibanya. We're gonna throw this over here for a sec. With no place of placing you. What a way to introduce a new syllable or a new sound. Is that the Karen? Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, all right. Fair enough. Okay, Shibanya. Shibanya. Dang. I really don't have good recollection of this. Oh, it's because of... Oh, there's a missing character. Yeah. Jingshong. Jingshong, let's see. I don't think Jing is here. I don't know that character actually. Jingshong. Nope. Doesn't seem like it. So where is this gonna fit? Relax? I guess we're just gonna place it up here. And what it looked like was Jingshong looked like this character. Right? No. It's okay. So it's okay. Kind of looks like that. The left side is a little fat, even though, whoops, they wanted to squeeze. Yeah, they wanted to squeeze the left side. The left side is squashed. One additional factor making Chinese make sense if I leap for it is a certain neophilia I've long had. Neophilia? A long-standing interest in the country? Oh, okay. Interesting. I haven't seen that term before. Fancy. Okay. And then I'm guessing this is the mit. And then with your gong. So that's where the ong comes from. Yeah, this is where the ong come from, and that's where the song comes from. Wait. Oh no, they went with tree. They went with okay. This is gonna be tough. Where's G at? Is C listed here? It is. 照相机, which is even more. That's gonna be tough. Oh, it's pi. Oh, pi is still here. Pi is still... I've had what is that? What is that? Without the tone, can I make it out without the tone? Some sort of language. I don't know. Are you referring to some sort of language? I don't know those characters. Oh, it's a flower. Some sort of flower. Or maybe? I have no idea. That doesn't help. I don't actually know those characters. Although it's really pretty. All the top 3 radicals are. Nope. I don't know any of those characters. Nope. I'm like saying it in different ways. Nope. No idea what it is. No idea what it is. Okay. Where do I put this? Place this camera? I guess we're gonna place this with hobbies. Yeah. Nope. That stuff does. But maybe something dealing with China. Your name, your Chinese name or something. I don't know. Something in China. A name. A famous something in China. A famous thing in China. And I'm not actually using, I guess that's Japanese because of the famous Chinese folk song. Okay. And yeah, I didn't actually know any of that other than all the things that, so the only characters I know, and I don't know what mecha is, but I know that namae, one of the characters are namae, or like in mae, and then there's Zhongguo, which I guess it's chugaku, and then the last thing, I guess that's folk song. I wouldn't know what folk song is, and that's famous. Oh, it's the same thing actually. Famous Chinese folk song. Oh, actually, Yo Ming is the same. So you're saying Yu Mei. Oh, okay. Yu Mei is the same as Yo Ming. Oh, and it's read in Onyomi as well. I should have picked that up. Yeah, that's how I figured out it was famous or something famous in the, cause Yo Ming is the same. Yeah, this is the same. Actually, did I mess this up? Yeah, messed up the radical. No, there's a stroke there. Yeah, this is Yo Ming. Interesting that you picked the characters that I read more like Chinese, and then I fit in the particles. I don't know what mecha, a very famous. What does mecha mean? Like really famous? No, that doesn't make sense. I know various versions of famous. I don't know what that. Okie dokie. Famous. Mecha is Japanese slang very. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, that's considered slang? Yeah, mecha. Mecha. I know a mecha I recognize from a clip, like a clip from a lot of people who they do like different degrees, starting at mecha, and then they like go down to like not so much. Oh, the Kansai dialect? Okay, I see. Fair enough. And you use this because you want to? Interesting. Instead of saying totemo, you just wanted to use it, huh? Interesting. Makes me start to wonder the situation. Let's see. So, you just, I'm not sure if you properly consider slang, you just speak it naturally? Oh, okay. I see. Young. Okay. Where do we throw this in? Probably with traveling. Where's traveling at? Yeah. Li. Oh no, sorry. Li. Yeah. I don't remember having this though. Leo. Leo. So we're gonna lump these guys in. Leo. Leo. Wait a minute. I just realized. Oh, no. Never mind. Just kidding. I was gonna say they share one radical in common. So Leo. We're thinking about. Okay. So we're thinking about 照相机. Also thinking about Leo. There's photography somewhere. Photography. Probably this, isn't it? Oh no, it's Indu. Oh, do we not have Indu? Where's Ing? Oh, Ing is not categorized either. Okay. So let me look that up. Do. Indu. Okay. All right. Where do we place Indu? We're placing it with yeah, Shibanya. Yeah, Shibanya. And
do. What does that even? So it's like cross, down, down, cross. Sure. Makes sense. What do you probably what the part of Chinese would have this learning curve for you? You mean someone with many years of Japanese? I don't see a learning curve for anyone, really. The steepest learning curve? Not really. Because if you're already used to seeing like over thousands of Hanzi, thousands of kanji, you might actually find it even more relaxing that most of the Hanzi reads. I guess the steepest learning curve is getting used to filling out the tonal reads on all the things. So like what I mean by that is instead of having onyomi and kunyomi as your concerns for reads, right? On reads in your characters, right? Like your kanji characters. You'll find it probably refreshing that the actual like syllable per se, the actual sound largely stays the same. Most of the time they largely stay the same. Now the difference then is that their tones could shift. So what I mean is like the same character when arranged in a different place, that's probably the thing you'll end up developing a feeling for in the long run. Like for example, when Boo, you've never really been scared of kanji. I didn't really say anything about being scared or anything. You're asking me what's your potential steepest learning curve. I don't think it has anything to do with being scared of kanji or not. Your steepest learning curve is probably the idea of I'm comparing it with onyomi and kunyomi. Instead of having to consider onyomi and kunyomi, you're considering tone shifts. Like I said earlier, I don't think there is a steep, like I can't experience or project anything I don't experience very often. So you're switching between tone shifts as opposed to onyomi and kunyomi. So you're not like concerned about, oh wait, is this a onyomi or kunyomi read on this one kanji? You're more figuring out what is the tone of this character. Because this character might look like this character. And then the question is, if this character is placed next to, so if this character is placed next to this character, is it xiang, or is it xiang, or is it shang, or is it shang? Or you need to pronounce this part though, jiao xiang. So is it jiao xiang, or jiao shang, jiao shang, or jiao shang? So that's probably the thing. Outside of that, you're probably just gonna get all the characters anyways. So you'll get the immediately. Being an English speaker learning Japanese for a long time probably is a pretty good start. Yeah, I think you're already good, in my opinion. And you already listen to Chinese things. You're probably already phonologically aware of all of the things. And actually learning Japanese makes one hear all the pitchiness of English, at least in my opinion. Learning Japanese really helps one appreciate the pitchiness of English. And because of the pitchiness, right? You're when you get into a lobby and you're hearing like bro, bruh, bro, bro. If you hear all those things, then honestly, you're just gonna feel right at home with tonal language. If I had to guess something, that's probably my guess, since everything else is pretty much covered. I don't even think that's a long learning curve, honestly. When you learn the first language, like a second language, it vastly decreases the third language acquisition. So you can say all parts of this are self-reinforcing. It really is. It's one of those things like if you ask someone how long would it take to acquire a third language, the answer is probably shorter than when you acquired the second language. And it's probably shorter than your first language. You might be thinking, wait, that doesn't make sense. Acquiring a second language takes way longer than the first language. Well, how long have you been using your first language? If you know what I mean. Like, I know a lot of people always talk about like, oh yeah, but when you're a kid, you're a blank slate and you like acquire your language and stuff. It's like, do you know how much trial and error you do in a matter of years as a kid when you're learning a language? Imagine doing that as an adult. Arguably, that is a misconception. As an adult, you don't have time and stimuli to do it that way anymore. You have other considerations, other interference. I think the critical thing is what those languages are. To some extent, I would say, to some extent. I disagree to some extent as well. I agree to some extent. So yes and no. It may influence what those languages are. What those languages are may influence it. I'm referring from the learning perspective. So like how well you understand how you learn a language. That is that generates most of the bulk of the learning curve, in my opinion. So you were asking me about learning curve, not like the semantics, like the semantics of the languages. So like if you took two very unrelated languages, your learning curve to acquisition is probably still arguably, debatably, more dependent on your learning strategy, how well you're learning, how well you're learning, your approaches to learning. I disagree that it is solely like it is strongly driven by how similar languages are or how different languages are. Because it may affect your thing, but not as much as your ability to learn something. English, Malay policy is less smooth than English. Yes, I agree. That to me is something to consider. I disagree that it is the most important factor. If I had to, my 2 cents is if you learned how to acquire a second language, it greatly reduces your learning curve on acquiring a third language. Irrelevant, independent of how similar the third language is to the second or how different, because you learn based on differences and similarities. So if you're aware that the second language, I don't think that either. To me, the single most important thing is enthusiasm. That supersedes everything we're talking about. So you're not making a point that, like, I agree with you. It supersedes these two things. We're talking about, now I'm talking about your point about differences and similarities. Some people only learn based on similarities because their proficiency is that way. They are practiced in that way. Some people believe that similarities create ease. Many believe that differentiating things create less confusion. The question is both. The answer is both. How my approach to learning per se is to focus on the similarities, but and both. You can develop memories based on differences, juxtaposition, like antonyms, and you can learn the same relationship, very similar memory techniques with synonyms. It depends on the person. Yes, but that's a very lazy excuse for saying individual variability. I just said it's based on their proficiency. So before we go into it depends, pardon my directness. When you end up saying it depends on individual variability, then we have nothing to discuss. Because then we can say it always depends on the person. That is not fundamentally something worth discussing. In this case, we're talking about the capacity of any one person being able to use and leverage these for memory tool. It doesn't depend on the person for their ability and potential to use differences and similarities for memory aid. The person can choose if they want to use those things. So yes, it does depend on the person if they choose to do. Is a person incapable of doing something that depends on difference and similarity? I don't necessarily think that's true. So it's not dependent on a person. I immediately feel like I've spoken beyond my capacity. No. We had to address this. This is very important, in my opinion. Do you feel that similarities are what makes you learn something more easily, or do you feel like differences? Because I'm really out of the park on this one. Like I don't empathize with people very, very easily. Like some people say if they're different, it's easier to remember. If they're similar, they can be confused. And then on the flip side, some people say if it's similar, then it's easy to remember because they reinforce each other. Now they'll go into like degrees of similarity, which is like if something is subtly different, then it's not good. If they're extraordinarily different, then it's useful. I genuinely do not see how I can empathize with that. If you know your nuances of your Japanese, you will eventually appreciate the nuances of Japanese within the language. You just ignore the scariness of differences. I find similarities neat. Oh, okay. Interesting. I get that kind of checks out with the idea of your comment regarding traditional Chinese and Japanese, right? And honestly, if that's what you know about yourself, because I'm taking into consideration individual variability, then I think if you do traditional Chinese, you would have even a slower, a lower learning curve. Like it's probably even negligible when it comes to learning the characters. It's by coincidence for me. Obviously, I haven't considered this in retrospect, but since Duolingo uses simplified Chinese, right? If Duolingo uses simplified Chinese, I quite enjoy this because they are both different and similar at the same time. So whenever a character is simplified, it helps me remember it. Because I know how they're similar, and then I know how they're different. So there's two ways. I either notice the differences to help me remember them, or I notice the similarities to help me remember the elements. like there are two things to remember, or more things to notice, so to speak. And I found that my comments and stuff with other people felt the same way. If you want to notice, you don't necessarily have to, obviously. You can spend all your time noticing all the similarities and still achieve like probably the same efficiency. I don't know. I've never really compared myself. You can't be two different people at once, if you know what I mean. Like, I can't compare myself to myself, where on the one occasion I focus on only the similarities, and then on the other occasion I focus only on the differences. It's very hard to compartmentalize that stuff. I notice the similarities and differences at the same time, or like in the same instance of the stuff. Ironically, my preference for traditional might make Duolingo simplified better for me personally, since it's best to know both. If you can, yeah. I mean, that is ironic, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not culturally competent enough to know how pervasive simplified Chinese is in usage compared to traditional. I am under the impression that simplified Chinese is the vehicle, right? Is the standard, or is the pushed standard, versus traditional. So traditional is more something that you might have diminished return over time. However, it can enrich your understanding of Chinese language, right? And it can also enrich your Japanese as well, because Japanese and traditional Chinese and Japanese. So when you said in the end it's about enthusiasm, right? Or I call it motivation most of the time, enthusiasm or motivation. I honestly think that while Duolingo, perhaps from a pragmatic standpoint, would be ironically useful, if we're both in agreement that motivation is the currency, I feel you'll gain much more motivation if you start with traditional, and then, you know, make your adjustments to simplified if you want it. In my mind, simplified equals PRC, traditional equals most other places. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, like outside. That's a great point. Yes, that's a very great point. And then when we take into consideration your motivations, well, you're Japanese centric, and I totally agree that Japanese centric would provide more motivation for traditional, right? For traditional. So in the end of the day, though, I don't think you're gonna have a learning curve. Whether somehow, I still would make an argument that if it was an entirely different language, you still wouldn't have a learning curve, not a noticeable one, because you have so many strategies in learning, already acquiring another language. Like, you made the transition from English to Japanese, right? So clearly you have worked up working strategies and routines for negotiating desperate languages. So you already have those applicable approaches. Genuinely, I'm a little biased. This is gonna be a biased take. I think the bulk of learning curves come from how the impact on learning curve across multiple semantics and whatnot is predicated predominantly on the person's ability to learn, like the processes that they have. Because if they don't have an applicable learning strategy, no amount of competence, in my opinion, in a specific context will allow you to acquire something that's abstractly not related, or related in general. You don't have the observational skills or the practice skills of observing similarities or differences. So, like, for example, a person could remember and memorize a musical piece verbatim and have no ability to learn a different instrument, no matter how similar it is, because they have memorized the context and not understand the learning process. And that's kind of what I was leaning toward. I do admit that, though, if you have those learning strategies, having a similar language may actually facilitate and enrich. It's additive. It might even be synergistic. But ultimately, I think you're a competent learner already. So I have no reservations that you can just repeat it with any language, regardless of its differences, similarities. You are already competent in learning a language. At least that's my opinion. I have met a lot of individuals who learn something without actually learning how to learn. So like, there are many people who intuit things, right? And they are still slow to learn every single time. You've seen this before. I'm sure in video games, when a person goes to play a FromSoft game, right? They play Dark Souls 1, and then suddenly they play Dark Souls 2, the same routine happens again, and the learning curve doesn't increase at all. There's no like legacy transfer, right? You have no legacy. And then you have individuals who take that and their learning curve decreases because of legacy. So you have the full range. Osmosis learners, yeah, maybe. Sometimes osmosis learners go along. The idea is they didn't learn about learning. So if you memorize a series of numbers in a particular sequence and you go and do it again, and you notice that you also still take the same amount of time, then largely you haven't learned how to make it more efficient. And I think learning Japanese, especially from English, requires at least some development of competence in understanding both disparate things and similar things, right? Because you also went through a period of translational things, and all those things will inevitably lower any form of learning curve in your next language. Your next language, you will be like, where should I start? Well, I know what to do. You hit the ground running. Like, where's my Anki deck at? Where's my whatever tools I am? Nailed it. And I think to that, it cuts down more than the negligible, like, in comparison, that impact is far greater. And it's not a competition because you kind of want both. So if you're going to pick, if your idea is to be the most efficient in acquiring another language, then I probably lean towards similarities for sure, on top of your learning strategy. And I want to encourage that. I love talking about learning strategy, right? I love to talk about learning strategies because I think people are in my opinion, find language learning daunting, not necessarily because of how difficult the language is, but how they go about approaching learning the language. That the methodology is daunting. I think a lot of times the perceived difficulty of a language is being the unknown. Like, where do I start? How do I do it? How do I stay consistent? And then they kind of project it onto, oh, this language is very different, that's why I can't understand it. I honestly don't feel that's probably true. So learning Chinese further improve your Japanese, I don't know. I can't tell you anything about that since I haven't done either. If I had to think about it, certainly my Japanese has improved from learning Chinese. But since you already learned all the characters, and hello station, I forgot. Yeah, good evening. Has it been almost 12 hours? Oh my gosh. Yeah. I need to complete my session here. So here's the thing, right? We're comparing it to 0, right? Does learning Chinese do anything to your Japanese? The answer is yes. And is it favorable? The answer, in my opinion, is yes, tentatively, because I've learned that I can read a lot of things that I didn't think I could read, even before it happened. I have more characters in Hanzi than I have in kanji because of the way Duolingo is structured. So anytime a character interacts with each other, as in it doesn't have to mean the same thing. If they're shared, these are two separate instances in which I can associate them. So if I knew that something is a flip, then I know it's a flip. What's a good example of that? I guess classically I would use something like this character to express a whole host of things. So this, right, because of this character, it unifies this character I'll let you figure out what I'm trying to do, I suppose. I'm sure you already find this self-explanatory. It unifies these characters. Your mind thinks cow? Oh, that's this one. That's this character. That's probably making you think of cow. This is the character. This is Wu or Gogo and Gozen, and this is Sha Wu and Sha Wu. Their relationship is connected by this one character, so it's reinforced by this character. And this is the cow thing, Niu Nai or Gyu Niu. So Gyu Niu is related to Niu Nai, and you can relate those two because of this one character. So you know the Chinese Niu Nai. What was it? I think the Japanese one is like they use this. Right? I think they use that for yes. And then the Chinese one, Niu-nai, is before it. Which is they use the feminine marker. And that? Oh, sorry. It's the ma. It's like a modified ma. This. Yeah. So, Niu Nai. So, Niu Nai and Gyu Niu. Yeah. Alright. Different grammar coming into play? No different grammar. Same one. It's in the same order. Although it is funny that they swap orders every once. So they just decide to do different things. I don't actually know about etymology and all that stuff. But if you know this character, you know both. Or at least me. So what I mean is this is the same component, right? So often I was talking about how same helps, but then because you know same, you know different. However, if you know these two separate characters, you know this character unifies them. At least that's how I go about it. So like when I think of Gozen, if I think of Gozen, I think of Gogo, because Gogo and Gozen are opposites. So they're not actually similar, but they are similar in their one word here. And then because I know this, it's easy to also pick up 上午 and 下午, which is morning and afternoon, which is related to gogo and gozen. I use this quite a lot because it's really fun. And it's in this order. So 上午 goes first. 上 is before. So I've always imagined it on the left side and then on the right side because it's go zen and go as opposed to 上午 and 下午. It works with days. It works with so those are the things that you can probably notice a difference. So the answer is yes if you're comparing it to 0, as in if you didn't know any Chinese whatsoever, then yeah, then nothing happens. But if you did know some Chinese, then yeah, it could aid in impacting your memory of your Japanese. And it has for me, personally. Anecdotally, I can tell you it has. Acquiring kanji is a lot shorter. And largely because I can compare and contrast all the time. Yeah. Like ren. Ren will always be there. Right? Ren stays the same. When you know... I already gave this example. So, you, right? You is go. Even if it's simplified, it's still very obvious that it's go. And if you wanted to learn, if you wanted the traditional thing, you just write this. You just write this. So if you're going outside of, I guess, the People's Republic of China, if you know all your simplified radicals, you convert them. Like you'll read both no matter what. Like when I see this, I see go as well. So I know that this is the radical. And I didn't study anything about like which one is what at all, really. I feel like as it is now, I can read some Chinese while being practically conversationally capable. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that should be the feeling you have as a very competent Japanese language learner. I think it's really rewarding. So if there's anything that really instead of focusing on learning curves, like let's just say you have no learning curve. I don't think you're gonna have a learning curve. Like something that would substantially impact you in any way. I think even with my novice understanding, less than 6 months of Japanese, my experience with Chinese is so much intertwined with Japanese that is very hard for me to separate them, in a sense that feeling like I can do Japanese alone again or Chinese alone, because there's so much motivation that comes from when we were talking about enthusiasm, right? There's so much more enthusiasm that comes from this. Is it the same as learning like French and English or French and Spanish or something? I know English and Spanish are not like related in the sense of semantics, but it's related like culturally, very related culturally and all that stuff, because I live in the United States, right? That I think when I go back to learning Spanish, I will take all the things I learned between Chinese and Japanese and use it and apply it to English and Spanish. I don't seek like any more enrichment. I think I'm gonna stop at Spanish. However, the things I learn will probably decrease the learning curve that I'll have again from Spanish
and English, even though they might be far more separated than, say, French and Portuguese. Yeah, exactly. Or Portuguese and Spanish, for example. The nice thing about learning language is that doing it honestly makes you more proficient. Fellow romance language that evolved. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I appreciate that you're sticking along with this. I like talking about this kind of stuff all the time. I think this stuff fills the core of language learning. We can constantly say, oh, it's in the details, but not all of us will know the same detail, right? Not all of us are gonna. You mentioned that it depends on the individual, right? And I agree, it does. Since we know that it depends on the individual, it's fun to talk about the potentials, as in what the individual can choose. So as opposed to saying, oh, this individual is exclusive of something or exclusive of another, coming together and adding all of it, like throwing all the tools into the pool, makes for a wonderful, like, if you can take all those tools, like, give me all your tools and I'll give you my tools or my perspective and all that stuff, and you throw them all in the pool, then you can just choose, right? So in the end of the day, we won't have to say it depends on the individual. The individual will come and just pick whatever the ideas that work for them. And to me, that could be overwhelming for an inexperienced person. However, I don't think it is overwhelming for an experienced person, someone who has already learned a second language, or even a third or fourth. In fact, I think the motivation comes from, in my opinion, my favorite part of language learning is acquiring new strategy. Because in the end of the day, I'm going to learn the language regardless. It's an enthusiasm. My enthusiasm's off the charts. How do I keep my enthusiasm up? Well, I'm half debating about using bad tools, quote unquote, bad tools, like tools worse than Duolingo, to see how well I do, or something. And it wouldn't even be about learning the language. It would just be about trying harder, right? Like, honestly, in the long run, here's my 2 cents, and it might sound ironic and hard to believe, but I honestly think, because Duolingo does a lot of things that I don't do very well, I found it more engaging. Like, Duolingo makes things harder. Like, I honestly think I agree with most people where they're saying, like, oh yeah, this isn't the fastest way to learn things, this isn't the best way to learn. In fact, it goes back to that guy that said it was not good, right? I agree with you. It takes me a longer time. I work harder. I need to come up with new strategies, more strategies, because it's archaic. It's for kids. Like, what I mean is, it's treating language learning like a model used for time-tested thing, you know, when kids learn language, as opposed to targeting adults, as in like much later stage adults with lots of their predilections and stuff, right? Anki is fully customizable because it's just a platform. It's a framework that you use as an adult, because an adult has experience to know how to go about doing their thing. I don't want to do that. So I didn't. And this is an exploration of how well I can learn something not my ideal way. I suspect a lot of people who say their best way are thinking what worked for them works for everyone else. Yes. And they're probably still right about that. Like, for example, if they knew my background enough, they can probably say the best way that works for me, like on paper, is all the things that I've already worked on. So for example,
my study habits, they should stay the same. I should be working to my advantage. And I'm like, I totally agree. That would be the most efficient way to acquire a language. You already mentioned enthusiasm. That would not be interesting to me. I mean, the language is quite interesting. I totally get it. But what's even more interesting to me, and this might be like I don't know, some people could call it like, oh, but you're just rationalizing, making it bigger deal. I actually find it really, really fun and challenging to learn things in a way that I would not have preferred to learn it. And I can earnestly tell you, Duolingo is not my preferred way to learn things. Now, the question is, how do I do it though? Well, I'm going to continue using Duolingo the way Duolingo wants to, and I'm adding on top the way I prefer to learn with Duolingo. It is different, in my opinion, from the perspective that people think they want the tool to be ideal for their learning. As in, if they trust the tool, they will learn the ideal way. I haven't ever looked at the tool in that manner. Like, there's no way I'm thinking like, oh yeah, this tool was pandered directly to me, right? It has everything I wanted. And then you think about video games, it's like, oh yeah, that's how people write their reviews too. It's like, dude, this game, it's not the perfect game. It doesn't pander to me. Like, well, I'm not curious about how I want it. At least in my opinion. This is my personal preference. The thing that makes video games interesting, the things that make language learning is interesting, is other people. To me, it's other people. I'm learning Japanese because I want to learn about other people, another language, another developer, another approach to language learning. If I had to learn a language ideally to myself, yeah, I'll still get it done. But I don't think it's as interesting. It's kind of like playing a video game nowadays, and the only type of video game that is most popular is choose your own way of success video games. How difficult do you think that is in video games? I mean, still, people continue to make it harder for themselves deliberately, but I'm not for the idea of experiencing what I want. Like, oh yeah, this game, yeah, it would be easy if it's exactly what if it caters to me. Like, yeah, for sure. Is it interesting to me? It really isn't. I don't want to be pandered to. So if people think like, but language learning is already hard enough, why would you make it harder on yourself? It's like, let's just say it's more interesting. I use Duolingo while trying to sound natural when talking with other Japanese online. Oh, interesting. Use Duolingo while trying to sound natural when talking with other Japanese people online. With Japanese people online. Interesting. I'm gonna get a lot of fire for most of these things. Candidly, I'm looking forward to how people point out all the things that are unnatural in my Japanese. Maybe even allow them to say it's because of Duolingo. I don't, honestly, that doesn't bother me at all. If they can point that out, then I can learn from it. It's part of the experience. There's no amount of pride that I'm being lost or something because I don't sound natural. I obviously didn't pay attention to natural sounding things. You know what though? I bet I can tell you that I would be able to make a Japanese friend regardless of that. In fact, I might even use it as an icebreaker to make friends with a Japanese person. Like, hey, you know what? I've been told that Duolingo is very unnatural. So can I share some of the Japanese I learned in Duolingo with you? Is it possible? And it can be a topic. And then my answer is that how about you? Have you used Duolingo to learn English? Because I would love to hear your English. It would come as a double standard though, because I don't think, even if you sound unnatural in English, I think it's perfectly sufficient. But the idea is then we are exchanging cultures as well, because most people don't have a defined way of sounding natural in English, in my opinion. Being from internet, an internet culture that has everyone thinking their English is the right English. The goal isn't being heard by being corrected anyway. Yeah. Yes, because you're a learner. And welcome back, Sub-Zero. When is your class? You have like 2 hours left, right, Sub-Zero? How was the gym visit? The best Japanese teacher you will find are your Japanese friends. Yes. People who make you feel comfortable. You gotta go in 5 minutes or in 5 hours. Oh, so you're just gonna go now. All right, good luck. Gym was nice though, small. Yeah, 5 minutes. Good luck, good luck. Good luck with your first day in semester. Anyways, Timmy, I think we're of the same mentality, for sure. Timmy, learning is not embarrassing in my opinion, but I feel like lots of people are not. I'm gonna say this kind of harshly a little bit. I don't think a lot of people are cut out to be learners again. And what I mean by that is, I think they prefer to have a life where when you're older, like if you're experienced, like 30 or plus, or have long experience, it's a big hassle and an emotional burden to be learning things again, in my opinion, like psychologically. So they do anything possible to make that feeling not happen, as in like the feeling of incompetence, the feeling of being out of your element, the feeling of some person coming up to you and saying you're wrong, that kind of thing. Earnestly, then you're not cut out, perhaps not cut out to be a learner, or alternatively, here's the big alternative. I don't think I ever really sound confident when I'm streaming, because as an adult now, or as someone old and very experienced, I don't think anyone thinks that I'm competent, because I genuinely prefer to be in a state of incompetence. So most of the time when I'm streaming, I'm learning something. I'm not just practicing something that I know really well, because ultimately, to me, that doesn't normalize the learning experience. Of course, language learning spaces self-select for people who aren't of this thinking. Yes, agreed. Especially the Japanese language. I honestly, like, I might get a little flame for this, but it do feel like it is a little bit reflexive. It's ironic. It's not ironic. It's maybe it might be coincidental, but I don't think it's coincidental that it's kind of reflective of the face culture that Japanese language inspires. If you know, like the Japanese culture inspires a face culture, right? Maybe even Chinese to some extent. However, a lot of the Chinese communities don't end up on Twitch or like in this type of space. They end up in their own space. But in Japanese, there's a lot of exposure, right? And the Japanese culture is a face culture. So any public demonstration of incompetence is coincidentally, or maybe actually not coincidence, that it would self-select for a group of people who resonate with a culture, that feel that
being competent at all times and not making mistakes is a social norm, which I'm gonna be very, very careful here. Growing up under a Chinese household, that is the case. Even when I grew up in the United States, you do not make mistakes openly. You do not do subpar, inefficient ways of learning. You do not choose your own way of learning. You learn the best way, the way recommended by the government. And that government thing at the end is a joke. Like well, it's slightly a joke, but not really. Like I grew up in the United States, but I can earnestly say that it's probably slightly true from a foreigner's perspective, that if you're going to learn Chinese when you're in China, it's a prescribed method of learning. So here we are on the internet arguing a lot of times, or debating on what is the best way to learn language. Meanwhile, most of the time, the languages you are learning operate in a prescribed path. The government or your parents, right? That's it. And I think that's really funny and wonderful that we can argue about how to learn a language, honestly. There was a lot of questions, like when people ask, like, why now? Why learn Japanese and Chinese now? Honestly, I haven't even considered this, but now it's part of my answer. It's because it's so accessible now. Think about, like, maybe hear me out here. Try to think about my position when it came to someone telling me I'm Chinese, so why don't you know Mandarin? Or ask me, okay, so if you're Chinese, why are you learning Chinese? Now think about it in the sense that I'm born and raised in the United States. How accessible do you think learning Chinese was when I was growing up? While also learning English, which is the most accessible thing. So I know I don't want to sound like a boomer, but I lived in a time when Google Translate didn't exist. I lived in a time when no one... Okay, technically someone did. I could count it on one hand how many people spoke Chinese around me when I was growing up. And then I can count the exact number of people who spoke Fujianese in my generation around me. And the answer is one. And that person had a regional accent to them that made it almost unintelligible to me. So the thing is, I grew up in a time where there isn't internet or smartphones. Maybe in-laws? No, we are distant. So my immediate family moved away. So we are geographically separated in a sense for most of my life. So my only source of Fujianese is technically my parents, right? But you're gonna be wondering, well, then didn't your parents teach you something? They worked 13 hours a day every single day for the first 18 years. My interaction with them deals with they left food and I went to school. But then you ask, well, okay, well, what do you do during the summer? I worked. Admittedly, I could have learned more from my parents in the restaurant, because we stayed in a restaurant, worked in a restaurant.
But that's the closest thing I have. So it's wonderful. I have to say, it's absolutely a wonderful time to learn another language. I think that's one of the things that I could be incredibly grateful. So, yeah, I'm incredibly grateful that Duolingo exists. I think the people who don't grow up with diaspora and grow up surrounded by multiple languages all the time and feeling constantly incompetent but also normal about it, is they have a different perspective. It comes from a very privileged perspective, maybe sometimes even an ignorant perspective that makes them feel very comfortable. But in no way do I ever feel like I'm embarrassed not knowing what I'm saying, because if you grew up as an ABC, you'll know that that is quite legitimately the social norm. It's the most comfortable position. Like you learn, like, that's very common. And being multilingual in any way, shape, or form involves that kind of feeling all the time. Most ABC probably have Chinese speaking family that are distant enough for them to not really determine the environment around them. Yeah, most of them. ABC. Note how in Fresh Off the Boat they speak English. Yeah, Fresh Off the Boat. Also, by the way, I don't know about Fresh Off the Boat's take on it. When early on my parents said that, as Chinese people would pragmatically, is that I should be practicing English at all time. Like, all the time. To be successful in the United States, pragmatically speaking, you must execute English. So, ironically, the people that are telling me how to learn a language, my parents literally told me that stop wasting time learning a language you're not going to use in the country you're growing up in. If there's any person that understands, in my opinion, a lifetime of being prescribed what is very important to me is growing up in an Asian household. And the part of me that makes me more likely to agree with everyone else and to like listen to them and consider different methods and whatnot is actually the American side. It's the inclusive side. Otherwise, honestly, if I'm learning Mandarin, the first question would be like, I'm Chinese and you're not. That kind of thing, which is very, very myopic. A majority of my family tree doesn't speak English as a first language. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. You come from another immigrant background with another ethnic background, so I can relate to that. Oh. Are you second gen in any way? I'm guessing you're second gen in a lot of ways. I am second gen as well. My parents exclusively speak a language that I'm not proficient in. At least in my opinion, I'm not proficient enough in. I feel like I can't talk politics or anything. You're second gen? Yeah. So that's kind of cool. You know, it's not a coincidence that we're having this long discussion about learning a second language in a very reasonable way, because our backgrounds kind of affect our perspective on how to approach and tolerate how to acquire a second language, if you know what I mean. Like, being second generation means also that you'll have to spend probably a substantial amount of your life being exposed to the idea that you might not be able to speak the way you want to speak because of the other language. Like, I spent most of my life listening to Mandarin and Fujianese and Cantonese. And learning Mandarin for the first time now, like here, it's the most exhilarating thing I've ever had. Even more so, sorry Japanese, but even more so than being exposed to Japanese since I was 5. Like, I honestly think I actually had more exposure to Japanese content than I had Chinese content, and yet it's so great. They're both really great. Like, it's not a competition. That's why I chose Chinese in the first place. There was also this comment about someone asked, which one's harder? Like, which one is harder, Chinese or Japanese? Or I bet Spanish is going to be easier for you when you learn Spanish. I know you've talked about this already. The easiest things are the things you need the least motivation to start and be consistent. That was my 2 cents. If I had to answer a question about, if someone says, oh yeah, this language is going to be easier, this language, and we already talked about this, right? You pretty much hit the nail on the head when you said, well, okay, even if we're comparing different languages or similar languages, it still comes down to the currency, right? So when someone said like, oh, do you think this will be harder or this will be easier? Oh, Spanish might be easier for you because it's closer to English. And my answer is, the easiest things are the things you can start and be consistent in. So if you started with Japanese, it is the easiest language because you didn't choose Spanish, you didn't choose French, you didn't choose German. That to me is the most logical and the most simplest, if people are talking about Occam's razor, right? Where what is the easiest language? The one that you started, right? The question is, why would you start a harder language? A harder language would be harder to start. You can convince yourself, other people can convince yourself it's easier or harder. That means you think it's easier. That's to me, that's how logic checks out. Not what other people think, right? I started Japanese because it's the easiest. Then I started Chinese because it's the next easiest. I don't need emotional support or like some sort of baggage or like, I don't need someone to help pep me up to start Japanese. The hardest languages are the ones that people have to convince me to start. Like, for example, all the people ask me, am I going to learn Portuguese? Or am I going to learn Thai? Or am I going to learn... Those are the hard languages because I haven't started them. It takes more effort to convince me to start them. It's actually a major cause of mild shame from you because I really can't speak my ancestral tongue fluently anyway. Oh, what is that? Timmy, I can't even learn my ancestral tongue formally. So, I know there's that mild shame, but at the same time, like, the people around me know you can't. So it's kind of like one of those things. I have like a catch-22. Oh, it's Arabic? Oh. Would you ever consider learning Arabic in the future? Like, I can't learn Fujianese. I legitimately can't learn Fujianese. But I'm using Mandarin and I'm trying very, very difficult, very hard to use Mandarin. I've been using Mandarin to talk to my parents to find like similarity, like words in Fujianese, and since they can't understand English enough for me to use English words, to ask them in Fujianese what those words are. You spoke Arabic mostly until you were 6. After that, you switched to English. Oh. I would say I'm about the same. I spoke Mandarin until very early on, and then I switched to English. And now I get to speak it again. After that, you switch to English. Arabic is in the mix. Oh, yeah. Me too. The other way around, right? Like, what I mean is not Arabic, but the switcheroo. I can only speak Fujianese to my parents though, and then I splash in English because I'm not even sure if there are Fujianese for some of the English words. At least, like, not that I'm aware of. And my parents have adopted a lot of English words to replace certain things. Like a filter. And the way I said filter, that's how my parents say it. I say filter. I know that sounded almost the same, but my father says filter. Like filter, not filter. Which you can hear it because it's Chinese. Like you just imagine the accent. If you're, I know you haven't really paid it, like already invest in Mandarin, like Stephen the style, yeah, like filter, yeah, like Stephen Hay style, yeah, filter. That's how he says it, filter, and you know, filter, right? Basically that's how my parents. So it's really on point. I think Stephen nails the thing a lot. I don't know what a filter is in Fujianese or in Mandarin. I'm actually kind of curious one day. Maybe I'll learn the word Mandarin. This has been a good chat. I really do need to finish this, but I think I might just call it here, and then let me learn the new characters. What time zone are you, Jimmy? I would love to pick your brain about the things you navigate when you're learning, like how, because this stuff doesn't happen. Honestly, it might happen a lot, actually. You know what's great about language learning? This type of conversation happens more often. Oh, you're in Central Time, US. Okay. I don't know how often maybe you stream or like create content, but this is the most fun I've had in quite a long time. And the reason is that, you know, you still have like people like Bob, that person that said, no offense, but why are you using Duolingo to learn Mandarin? In my opinion, it's not that good, right? You still have all that. However, it's so wonderful how it's so wonderful for every, you know, for every like 100 of those, occasionally you would meet people who are used to being in a multilingual environment. Lotus, like pretty much the vast majority of the people that I've met, they have a significant other who is of the other influence, and then they are either multilingual in the sense that their parents speak a different language than they do as a common language with English. So this type of conversation happens a lot, and it's the most I've ever had this type of conversation. When I was growing up, it's English. Everyone speaks English. Everyone only knows English because pragmatically speaking, English is the way it goes. So it's been a pleasure. It's been so much fun to talk to other people about their feelings, maybe their insecurities, argue, and maybe like kind of get heated about what's what when it comes to language. You've come across people I try to speak their own language to them. You've come across people I try to speak their own language to them. Oh, interesting. How did that turn out? I don't think I have made that attempt yet. No, not yet. Usually I respond when I can, but most of the time I haven't. They like it? Oh, okay. They like it usually? Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. They're generally flattered. I would, if you ever had a time to speak like a dialect that's dying, or like it's receding, like Fujianese, I don't think there is a single Fujianese person that would be upset. That, like, oh yeah, you made a false attempt at, like, if you said like ni hao right away, my parents would be over the moon. Actually, most diaspora in the United States would probably be over the moon. Or ni siramui, right? Ni siramui. I think it's unexpected, so that helps. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Is it unexpected when I speak Fujianese? It's still unexpected even then, I think. Maybe not to the same, like, craziness, right? Because of appearances. I don't know. I know it's gonna be difficult to relate to this, but when people see me, they don't think I'm Chinese. So speaking about blinders, right? I don't think it's that unexpected. Sometimes when people are really like in their own environment, a lot of times, pretty much everything is unexpected. If you don't mind me. The awkward moments when I'm like walking around, and then someone approaches me, and then they speak in Korean, and then they thought I was Korean, and I'm like, I don't even know how to say I don't speak Korean in Korean. I encounter immigrant background people, so they think I'm English only, so it's a pleasant surprise when I engage with their background like that. I can understand that. I think I would be pretty floored too if I hadn't spoke English. I'm projecting now. I'm projecting a little bit. And if I were to, my parents would certainly be impressed. Impressed in the sense that, not impressed the same, like, it's not the need to be impressive, as in like need to be great. It's the effort of trying to connect in a language, a common language that isn't like in an unexpected. I don't know. I think that's one of the greatest joys, one of the wonderful joys of learning another language. You've been highly interested in foreign things? I can imagine. You strike me as someone who's highly interested. This is hardly new for you? I can imagine that too. You know what is hardly new for me? Having to answer the question why I don't know Chinese. Speaking of unexpected, I have a different unexpected filled with questions in my life. Why don't I understand Chinese? Or why can't I read Chinese? And then when I explain the thing, it leads to like a 2 or 3 hour discussion of the person saying like, oh yeah, that makes sense after the fact. Right? Like, here's, you know, it gives me an opportunity to explain what the Chinese culture is like. And what I mean by that is, by extension, my parents. Not what it's like to live and grow up in China. What does it feel like growing up under a household in China that is in the United States? So when someone goes up and make like I think an innocent comment, like, so you're Chinese, why don't you know Mandarin? And my answer is, well, I am born in the United States, and as a son to proud, very wonderful Chinese parents, I was encouraged to do the exact pragmatic thing that Chinese people are very prone to doing culturally, and that is to take the most pragmatic approach to being successful in a country.
that speaks English. So make no mistake, much like all those people who are out there that says this is the most efficient way to be successful at a language, my parents agree with you. And the most successful way to be successful in the United States is to learn English. So why don't I learn Chinese? Because English is more pragmatic. How do Chinese people who learn Japanese as their second language interact with Japanese people? I wondered, actually. I wish I knew. Since I don't know Chinese enough to interact with Chinese people, I actually don't know any Chinese people personally who knows Chinese as their principal common language interacting with Japanese people. I have watched content like that, and it doesn't seem to show any startling differences, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you watch multilingual content a lot, but I like watching when different people of different languages interact with each other in like a comedy or wholesome way. So like you would have 6 people who are varying proficiencies in English, but they primarily rely on a different language, and then you would see them interact with each other, and I genuinely think it's very similar. I guess if Japanese is the practical thing, then it would be loosely similar. Yeah. Yep. If I was born in, like, for example, if my parents decided to immigrate to Japan, I would be speaking Japanese now. If I was born in, in India, I would be speaking Hindi now, or whatever, Punjabi, or wherever the region is in it, because it's the most practical thing. It's the cultural explainer to why I have English primarily. It doesn't mean I speak English to my parents. No, the most practical way, and that's the curveball for most people, because then here's my take on subversion. Someone would say something like, oh, so you don't know Chinese, then that means your parents speak English. The answer is no. My parents don't speak English. They speak Fujianese. So the subversion here oftentimes is someone will say, you speak American English, you must be monolingual, you only speak English. And I'm like, the answer is no. I cannot, my parents do not understand English. Like, that's not how that works. The most pragmatic way to speak to my parents is to speak the language they're most proficient in, and that's Fujianese. So that's how pragmatism works, right? They're not going to learn another language if they can get by pragmatically with whatever they're proficient in. And that's kind of the downside of pragmatism. Like, that's one of the trade-offs in pragmatism. You don't expend more energy just because you can. You expend the least amount of energy to be the most efficient and pragmatic. My parents didn't need to learn a high level of English to be successful. So then they don't. They spend their time doing other things. I needed to learn English because I am the most pragmatic vehicle for understanding and mediating the English. I get to go to school for English, right? I get to learn all of that in English. It's the most pragmatic reason for me to be the person to deal with all the English things as I'm growing up. My parents can focus on doing other things. So in my entire life, I am the interpreter for my parents. Come what may, so many of the most important things in the operation of family, I act as the interpreter. For as long as I remember. Pragmatism. It doesn't lead to like a life of enlightenment. It often leads to a life of whatever works first. So some part of me would say Duolingo works. That's about it. When someone says, in my opinion, it's not that good, my response is, it's good enough. If you're a person, in my opinion, who say you're learning Mandarin, right? You're learning Mandarin and you're saying you're connected to the Chinese culture. You go up to someone who happens to grow up in a Chinese culture and ask them like, oh, it's not that good. Like, well, yeah, that's fine. But if you're connecting with me, then you would probably say it's probably good enough to learn something. Like, because it's pragmatic. Now, there is a difference between being efficient and being pragmatic about things. So the first thing that works is the first thing that works. You think my parents went around trying to find the ideal restaurant to open to succeed? No. They found the first thing that worked, and then they worked on it. They made it work. So if you want to connect to me about learning Mandarin and you're interested in connecting to people with that culture, then perhaps it would behoove you, or like I would encourage you to understand the culture that you're talking to, in my opinion. That's just me personally. My parents did not go around scouting for what works better or what works best. They picked the first thing that worked and work with it. Yeah, workable solution, and then they try to improve it. Exactly. And that's kind of what Duolingo screams to me, honestly. It certainly didn't work at first. I think I was really having trouble with the way they were exposing the stuff. But now it works. Or at least I think I can make it work. Long story short, I think that's a good take-home message. I am going to go on a limb today. Would it oversimplify things to say coastal merchant culture? I don't know. I don't know enough about my family's history about the coastal how it relates to coastal merchant culture. Fujianese people are predicated on being business, and they are very pragmatic in the same vein as coastal merchant culture. You gotta make things work. Like, I agree. I mean, they're largely coastal anyway. Is that kind of insensitive? I have no idea. I don't think I'm because I'm kind of removed from my parents' generation. I don't really know much history, not enough to make comment on it. So you're Arabic, or like your family is Arabic? That's really cool. I honestly think if there's any other desperate, like super desperate language in presentation that is a macro language, you know, like something that has a very high, that has effective exposure, I think Arabic would be the other one. Half your family tree is Arabic. Okay. I think outside of, you know, your Chinese characters and your not even Japanese characters, because if you're thinking about the exposure, it's nice that it's trending out, but in general, the origin, right, like the exposure, Japanese and Chinese are together, and then Korea has exposure, but their writing system and stuff is not as pervasive. But then you have Arabic, and then I don't know how it relates to the Indian area, like any of the various variations of Indian written language. And then you have like Western, you know, you have Western Europe and Eastern Europe, or like, you know, Russia and stuff. So then there's like macro, those are like the macro languages, the ones that have heavy influences and whatnot, and their presentation. Pretty cool. I don't think I will have enough time in a lifetime to appreciate all. I can appreciate them. I can try to appreciate them vicariously. Many of the rest comes from Southern Europe. Okay, so you're broadly Mediterranean. You have a really rich history. In fact, I think you're far more multicultural than I am, like in terms of like the heritage thing. My history is as far back as any possible known. It's Chinese. And the reason why I have such a, I guess, a need for being inclusive is I just happen to have not rejected the culture that I grew up in versus the culture I was born into. They both are kind of, it might be saying the same thing from a perspective, but I having two languages. You have no East Asian blood that you know of. So you say we can't be distantly related from like 3,000-year dynastic period ago. Ironically, that's probably the region you have the most interest in. Okay. That is kind of interesting. Oh, this has been a great discussion. I do have to wrap it up for today. I don't know if I'm gonna organize this information anymore. Let me see. If I can organize this a little bit. Sorry to cut a little bit short. Oh, this is just take photos. It's not photography. Oh yeah. It's 2. I'm on East Coast. Yeah, I'm on East Coast. I hope you don't do anything during the weekday, do you? Hopefully I'm not keeping you up too late. I really appreciate it. How much does stroke order matter? Wait. Are you asking me, or are you... Because I feel like you have more experience with that than I do, right? Do you write Japanese at all to me? Oh, with Chinese characters. How much stroke order matters? I think it matters as much to you as Japanese does. Oh, okay. Then you can still ignore stroke order when possible. I do stroke order because it helps me remember my hands. My hands remember things that my output remembers things that I don't particularly remember by sound. So you ever get the feeling like, oh, this feels wrong. Something about this pattern feels wrong. That kind of thing. I think this is... We're doing... Yo. I know what I can do. We can combine these two. Probably before I combine it at the top. Do you write at all? Do you write Japanese or Chinese? I don't know if this stuff may
resonates with you at all. Do you like writing? I enjoy writing. It's quite cathartic. Why is there sun? Why is sun new? Sun, yeah. That seems so weird. I don't know why sun is new. But I guess we can combine it with san ye. Maybe March was never mentioned. San ye. San ye. Where do I place san ye? It's a time. Talk about hobbies. That's just gonna be tossed up. You write Japanese more often than you write Chinese? Oh. Then yes. I think confidently. Whatever you're writing in Chinese whatever you're writing in Japanese is already translated to Chinese. I do have a preference for writing kanji in there. I see. So you can use whatever that is, in my opinion. There are some really weird quirks that you notice, but I think it's pretty irrelevant in my opinion. So what I mean by this is the one that I noticed earlier. Oh, you said English? I write Japanese more often than I write English. Yeah. What do you mean by I misread? No. Then I read your message above. You read you haven't really written Chinese. But I read the message you said you wrote Japanese more often than you write English. And that's cool. And then I read the message above and said, oh, you haven't written Chinese. So basically, whatever you're doing in Japanese, it's pretty much proficient in Chinese. But here's the thing. Knowing these differences is really funny. Here's one. Here's one I noticed recently. And it's this one. This character, or this radical. How do you write this radical? Did you see that one? So this is one, and then two. Instead of one here, one here, and two here. Going in the direction opposite. Obviously the stroke then goes this way and this way, and one is this way and two is this way, because one of them is Japanese and one of them is Chinese. And as far as I know, they're supposed to be the same character. Does it matter? I haven't had anyone that went out and like attacked me for being like that. Actually, the vast majority of the people, you're one of few people that say you actually write Japanese or Chinese. Actually, most people tell me that writing is a waste of time. Yeah, if you look at the reference for these, they're opposite. Oh, here's another one. And I'm not even sure. I've gotten them confused now, so I have no idea. So whenever you have this element, right? You have a box element, and then there's going to be a stroke either underneath or two strokes underneath. Usually, you might go and do this, right? But sometimes, I'm not sure. Oh, you try to practice. Yeah, me too. Me too. So, here's one. Here's one. Whenever there's like crosses, whenever you have grids, they might switch it up. Here's one. And I learned both. So we'll use the traditional. So this is the traditional, right? For dare, right here. So right here, these next two strokes are different. So in Japanese, in my opinion, what I have learned anyways, they would do the vertical stroke and then they would complete it, right? Dare. Alternatively, we're going to do the simplified one to differentiate. So here's the simplified one. Not that it matters on the stuff. They would do the first 2 strokes and then do the vertical and then do the last stroke. Does it really matter? I don't. It's gonna be hard. It's up to you. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm a Japanese day, and sometimes I feel like I'm in a Chinese day. So I think the parts where the stroke order like may change does provide some significant difference when it comes to patterns, like because your hand might be different. Like what I mean is, if you're repeating this step 3 times, right? Oftentimes, from a drawing perspective, it's probably going to look a certain way. And if I would be as bold, I would say it's probably going to look almost consistent. It is less likely to be consistent when you draw the first 2, do a different action, and then draw the 3rd one. So if I had to pick a favorite, you've been told by Japanese people my handwriting is practically native. Oh, very nice. I don't have enough exposure to have anyone comment on my handwriting. I generally make the comment that I'm using a digital platform. So if you look at this, check this out. You see how I made a circle, right? The problem with this plugin is that it has kinks because there's a response time issue with how quickly you can register something. However, if you use an art program, it actually works pretty well. But I only use art programs during my Shoshinko thing, and also during my reviews. And people have made some comments about that. Largely, the most common comment I get is, "Oh, that's great that you're writing." I think there was a Japanese person and a Chinese person who largely speak Chinese and Japanese, respectively, and they say like, "Oh, it's great that you're learning to write because most people don't write." That's the most common comment that I've received about writing. Like, so the question is like, if the commentary is to go by anything, like if most people don't write, what is the level of writing? And here's another thing. I know Japanese people probably means a lot. You've even made maps in Japanese? Oh. So it's kind of hard for me to demonstrate here what I've written so far. However, here's another fun little role reversal. What do you think native English looks like? Like, what I mean is, okay, so it's great. I'm guessing the Japanese handwriting is, when you say Japanese handwriting is practically native, my first thought was, I don't know if you ever watched like written content in like, at least in Chinese, but native handwriting is not quite what I don't know if native handwriting is what I'm doing. So what I mean is, if I'm gonna like take this IME, right, and I'm gonna do my best to write this, this way, right here, right? What is native handwriting? Well, I can tell you the way I'm writing English is I'm a native speaker, but this is probably not native handwriting. Like what I mean is I always wondered when people say, oh, you speak native and whatnot, how that works. Oh yeah, my English handwriting had long been considered kind of hard to read. Yeah. So my question is, I think it's pretty awesome that someone went up to you and said your handwriting is practically native, because I don't even know what that means. In the sense that I don't have any other form of native writing outside of English. So if I wrote English, right? This is not native writing because I write in all caps, right? And when I want to capitalize something, I write the capitalized letter larger. And then you're wondering, well, why don't you write lowercase? It's because when I write lowercase, I write in cursive. And cursive is not native writing anymore. When I'm writing lowercase, I use cursive. Occasionally, I would like write lowercase if I have to, because like maybe something is cap sensitive, like if, or case sensitive, like if you have to write something that's case sensitive, I would write yeah. So mostly like here, you know, like you would do something like this. Oh wait, that's just kidding. Like you would do something like this. I mean, actually, if you like use capital, if you use like capital like letters, it's kind of okay. I generally don't do that, but yeah. So I write in cursive when it's lowercase a lot of times, or like what other people do. There are some people who do hybrid. You know what I mean by hybrid cursive? Yeah, that. You're about, I was just about to get to that. The imitate cursive. Yeah, it's a half job. So I think naturally, I think a larger population of English writers do a hybrid. It's like a half cursive. So like when you're writing efficiently, right? Like when you're writing efficiently, I don't even know how to, honestly, I don't know how to imitate it. It's actually something I'm not practicing, so I have no idea how to do it. But when you see it, you know it. So it's the vulgar Latin of handwriting. Yeah. So maybe one day I'll like write something in Japanese or in Chinese and see what people think. But I'm using these models as an example. Which also, here's a fun one, Timmy. I don't know if you noticed this, but recently so you know this character, right? That's in Chinese is lung. In Japanese, it means something related to cold, like sumetai, or reizouko, right? Reizouko, or iyasu, right? Iyasu. I'm kind of entrapping you when you said no, because it is. The character you're thinking of is this, which is also printed. I already talked about this a couple times, but it's very interesting because we looked at many different things, and it came down to like we have no idea, but it's more like a font style. If that's what that no is for. So if you look up fonts or like different styles, different prints, you'll see both of these. And the way this came about is because in Chinese, it's only written this way. In Chinese, it's only this way. But in Japanese... Oh, you don't recognize those two? Wait. Wait, are you sure? Wait, how does... So, like, hang on. So you're saying... hold up. So like this. Reizouko. It reminds you of Inochi? Interesting. Wait, is this not the normal way to say refrigerator? Shigeru. Oh, wait, I don't know what you mean by Shigeru. I've seen the last one as well. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that. Yep. Yeah. And you see how the character is this? Oh, I don't know if your IME is this, but the character is this. Oh, this is the kanji per your... Yeah. So, you probably see this. And a lot of times. Or more times than... and this... But I kind of like this more, whatever this character means. Oops. Anyways. We're good. No worries. Yeah, in the left part. The 2 lines in the left part. Yeah. Me too. Okay. Dongwen. Chi. We want to at least include you wrote xiang yeah 冰箱 yeah 冰箱 wait, is 冰箱 refrigerator in Japanese? Because that's how Chinese does it, 冰箱
Yeah. Yeah, 冰箱. I kind of overlap these, which is not intentional. Yeah. Is this a kanji for something? I don't actually know. It is refrigerator in Chinese though. 冰箱. All right, I'm gonna take an executive decision. And I think I can remember these things. Except maybe this. I don't really think I need this. But let's try it. I need to like complete thing. Sorry, I'm getting tired. So gotta wrap it up. So way. 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 And then or 因为 that's 2 characters. We'll just stick with 因为 所以 right? That's this is ya, right? This is ya. And 轻松 一般呀 Hey, I think I get just the top roll. I don't know. So Bing, interesting. This is the Bing that I know. So, that's interesting because I haven't ever seen Bing written the second way. So this is still Bing to me. Like, Bing is still Bing. So I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. Which one's Chinese? What are you saying are Chinese? Because this is the Chinese one that I know. Which is, I don't actually know ice in Japanese. Are you saying this is the Japanese one? Okay, while you answer that. First one is main Chinese one. Okay, and then the second one is Japanese? Interesting. Huh. I see. Oh, so this is a Japanese one. Oh. Intriguing. Huh. I had no idea. So there you go. But non-standard. Oh, alright. I see. Yeah, I haven't gotten ice yet. Kuri, right? It's still cutie. Cutie. No, Kori. No, sorry, it's Kori. Wait, is it cutie or cutie or Kori? I don't remember. I have the hiragana, I think, in my head. The kana. I think it's cutie. Kori. Oh my gosh. Haven't used ice in a long time. Yeah, Kori. Yeah, Kori. When I say cutie, I'm like, that doesn't sound quite right. So Kori, yeah. I had my second thoughts the moment I said cutie. Because I learned a war song involving dying in the snow. I can see that. Okay. 因为so okay. 所以yeah, 所以 No, I'm just not getting it. Chiban, yeah. Shibanya, yeah, Shibanya. And then 金松 Son of a bee sting. Ah, it's gone.
The pronunciation has also shifted, it seems. Was once Kopori, then Kori, then Kuri. How about I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Meme, sorry. Meme. Alright, let's try that again. Bong. You know? The I gotta double check this. I gotta look at it. Dictionary. I gotta make sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's try this again. Top row. Ingwei. My brain instantly thinks Matsu? Yeah, Matsu. Or no, well, it's more like gozaimasu. Like arigato gozaimasu. It's like it's a meme that I've had someone confirm for me, where like when they're really in a hurry. Oh, that's Matsu? Is that really Matsu? Interesting. What does Matsu mean in that context? When Oi. Yingwei. Yingwei. And I remember you. Shoyi. Iban. Yeah. Pine tree also appears in names. I see. What does this one mean? Oh. Wait. No. Let me write it out first. Oh, it's to relax. It's to relax.
That's what it means. 轻松 relax. Yeah, 轻松 Yoshimatsu. Oh, okay. Pine tree, huh? I don't know how that translates. Okay. Oh, some of these actually fall apart in English. I mean, not in English, in Japanese. Like, 爱叫 爱叫 is tori, probably. The closest thing is tori. Man, that's a departure. Oh, what does that mean in Japanese? Yeah, pai jiao is really different too. I guess I might as well form some memories now for tomorrow. So pai jiao, the closest thing I would say is, oh, the left radical's the same though. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's not a combination. No. Not tori, sorry. Toru. It's read as Ko. Oh, public prince official. Yeah, this pai jiao, the closest thing is probably Toru. That I am aware of. And they're kind of, you can kind of see it if you like scrunch this up and kind of like smash it underneath. You know? You know? You know? Yeah, I'm trying to remember these right now. Oh, and then xiang, so xiang is fine. 照相机照相机照相机 that's fine. And then what the heck is this? I have to remember these characters for tomorrow. Oh heck. Hindu. Hindu. Oh, here. Hey, Munchie. Yeah, I was supposed to stop like 2 hours ago. We had some really good discussions. Sorry for suddenly disappearing. Oh, that's all right. Actually, this kanji was used to denote a noble title in China. Yeah, gong. Yeah, gong is the that character is gong. Yeah. Yeah, this is gong, and that's why I keep saying gong. When I like was writing this character, I'm like, I forgot this radical, and I said, oh, it's a gong.
Indu, yeah, as in India. Yep. Indu. Indu.
印度
Indu. Indu. Okay, so I'm gonna try to remember these characters. I've derailed horrendously. Massive derail. Massive derail. Right. Hey, what app do you use for drawing everywhere? It feels awesome and you want to try it? It's a Chrome extension called Web Paint Tool. I do get this question a lot, so definitely worth trying to write on screen. It's called Web Paint Tool. Chinese reading is pretty similar to Chinese. It's close to yeah. Most of the onyomi is supposed to be close to the Chinese, if you know what I mean. Or do you mean that's in katakana? I'm not sure if that's in katakana. Or Indo. With the Hashi desk. In Japanese, you can shrink it down to one character. Oh, that's pretty arimasu. Oh. Oh. Arimasu. Oh. Neat. In 5 minutes. Really? Manchi. We better get prepared. Another low-key reason why kanji is pretty nuts. I can see that. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? A Chinese thing happens a lot where it's not the same thing, but when you do, like, for example, here's the thing. So like this character, you know this character, which is Utao, right? Utao. If you add Utao, well, Uta. Yeah, take care, Manchi. I'll see you another time. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Utao. So there is something that Chinese does quite often that is kind of like, yeah, it is to some extent. Yeah, it does do that. So unfortunately, I don't know enough about it, so I'm choosing to talk about another thing, which they do very often, which is something that will be very noticeable. Like, for example, this is changge, right? This is changge, and it means to sing together. But if you only take this character it also means sing. If you take this character, it means song. So when you put them together, it's sing. But a lot of times when you're using it in a way with a helping verb or something, like you're going to sing or can you sing, it only takes one of the characters. And it happens a lot in Chinese. And I find that it's very common, or like it feels very normal for me, but I don't think it's particularly normal for anyone coming from things. Yeah, so like for example, you'll probably recognize this too. I'll write the traditional version. Like, so you'll probably recognize this as Gohan or Han, right? So this is Mi Fan. Mi Fan. This means rice to some extent. It also means, it also can mean like cooked rice or something. But if you take this character and you take it out, it also means rice. And then this character means meal a lot of times, but it could also mean like cooked rice. Yeah, this is Han. This would be Han, and like Gohan for meal and stuff. But you see, like, it happens a lot, and it does happen with this is like a classic pattern. So I guess they do somewhat abbreviate to some extent, as opposed to like constantly writing all of it, like in a different way. I need to. Oh yeah. I was told that. that this is a shortened version of the U.S. and it has something to do with beauty. Yeah. No. Yeah. I also heard that too. Oh, and here's something even more interesting. In Chinese, they use the character that is associated with taste, like good taste. So they use this to and the other character is familiar. Is for country. So like Gaku, right? Gaku. Or Kaku or Gaku. But they use this character, which is character I recently noticed that it's in Oishi. That is used as a shortening for the US in Korean. Oh, that's interesting. I really like these things. I think this stuff is a lot of fun. It helps you remember things a lot. But you know, all that is well and good. And then when you get to Japanese and Chinese, right? Whoops. When you get to Japanese and Chinese, they're the same. I feel like there's a bias here. You see, like this is Kankoku, right? Kankoku as well, and this is Zhongguo. But and then what do you think Japanese is? It's日本, which is the same. It's Nihon. But when it gets to everyone else, it's like, all right, well, I guess you guys didn't agree on how that works. Yeah, I think it's really funny. Like in a retrospective way, like a complete ignorance of etymology. Like if you just remove yourself from etymology, which I have no knowledge of etymology between the two languages. I honestly think it's hilarious to learn two languages that are so intertwined like this, and you make observations like, what happened there? Like, what the heck? What'd you guys do? Right? Like, what went down there? Was there like did people get angry or something? Like, what happened? Like, they could have, like, one of the things you think about is, well, the read is whatever it can be. So, you know, you can change the sound post writing, but it's hilarious when you point these out. It's like, I don't get it. What's happened? So, like, you get opportunities like this. So basically, I'm learning Japanese. My Japanese is reinforced by everything that lines up with Chinese, right? And then everything that's almost a complete opposite. Like, for example, this. If you think about shortening, right? So this character means exactly what this character means. Or like what this phrase is. So there's so many times where the kana functionally is muted by the Chinese character itself. So like xing in itself means what atadashi means. Atadashi. So it's like, okay, so did they just decide like maybe we should add more to this character because of our writing system, right? And in a way, that's a great way to illustrate like the Japanese writing system, right? There's no conjugating adjective in Chinese to some extent. There's a marker to no, not really. You don't conjugate. So you don't conjugate adjectives. So the reason why I'm saying that is because I feel like one of the major functions of the Japanese writing system, when you have adjectives with like e-adjectives and non-adjectives, is to help conjugate and like be a little bit more specific. But in terms of Chinese, it's contextual. Some memos got lost in the Chinese sea. Shinkansen. Oh yeah, Shinkansen. Yeah, Shinkansen. Wait, Shinkansen? Are you serious? Oh, the first character is. Oh, I had no idea. Oh yeah, that's right. New truck line. Yeah, new truck line. Lotus told me about Shinkansen before, and he tried to translate it literally for me, and I was like, I'm always gonna forever remember this as new truck line, Shinkansen. So when I see Shinkansen, I think of new truck line. It doesn't have to make any sense at all, but I just think of it. all right. I'm gonna wrap it up today. Let's try to give this a go. So, what is your sleep schedule like? Okay. I'm having such a trouble with Ingwei. No. Ingwei. No. Ingwei. I just keep forgetting. Oh. 조이. 조이. 시반이야. Our discussion allowed me to remember Gong though. Jingshong. Wait. I like this. Something. It's another box down here. Maybe this. That doesn't seem right. Jiang. This is my plus. Give me a sec. That's a little too heavy, but I think those are the characters I'm responsible for. Google Translate says it's mainline. Oh, I remember the Chinese reading thing because it appears. Oh, I don't know what that right character is. Oh, really? Oh, it's the other radical. Okay. Oh, and it's 2. All right. So. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna remember the rest for tomorrow. I've overextended way too long. I'm already really tired. Although what's a few things I can add? Probably I how. There really isn't that much in here. And probably like Japanese kanji is read as Sakai or Kyo. Okay. This is new vocabulary as well. So the旅游旅游 so I can remember all of these. If I can remember all these things, I think I'm good. Even that I'm 3 hours over. Okay. The rest of the stuff is repeat. I'm gonna do this one more time. Okay. And then calling it a day. All right. Okay. I'm gonna sleep pretty well tonight. That's for sure. Okay. Ugh. I'm gonna try to incorporate. So as many characters and right. 对，因为为什么 Yeah. Joy. Okay. Ibanya. Ibanya. I can actually add Hindu. How did Hindu go? Hindu. These can be clustered together. Then we have I guess I would cluster these together. So how. Wow, that's kind of gross looking. Let's try that again. So how. Right. Soon. Okay. Ding song. Ding song. Ding song. Ding song. Then we can pivot. And then there's just random, I even remember this, random san yue. Was there something else? I feel like there was something else that I how. That's good enough for today. Oh, right, traveling. I was rhyming myself with how. But I remember how. You should remember you yo. Which is easy enough. All right, so that's a wrap for today. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm really tired. Tomorrow, I'm probably not. All right, folks, that's a wrap. Great discussion today, Timmy, about language. We could talk about language for days, really. Yes. So yasumi nasai. Okay. So that's a wrap today. Usually I end these things with like take-home message or something like that. If there's anything that's a take-home message today, is that talking about language experiences are fantastic, I think. I don't think people talk about it enough, honestly. I think that closes cultural barriers, and it might be even fun to talk using your target language, right? About like what the experience is like. I think we touch upon a lot of different points regarding how this experience is very different. However, I don't necessarily think that one cannot connect in that way, right? Like talking about these things, I talk about it with a smile on my face, obviously. It's very different. Lots of people have different priorities. I think 90% of the time I usually don't have conversations like this, so I really appreciate your company and discussion to me. These things have happened before quite often, and so hopefully you're not up too late, and I'm not giving you the impression that I'm like I find it incredibly unrewarding or something. It's really incredibly rewarding, but I also being like really tired, and these kind of conversations happen all the time when it comes to meeting head on with exposure of multilingual. You usually stay up late. I do too. It's usually not because I'm speaking, so like not like using my voice and my hands all day. A lot of times my day doesn't end for another like 2.5 hours. However, I haven't eaten, or well, I had some snacks along the run, but I still need to eat my major meal of the day. So usually I eat after stream. So I do all of that after stream, and we can usually have conversations later, but I like to seize the opportunity whenever I can. So that's probably the take-home message. It's always nice to seize the opportunity to have conversations, especially ones that don't occur very often. It's a dime in a dozen. I don't know what that idiom really means anymore. It's rare to find moments where you can like pause, have a deep conversation, and attempt to like kind of connect, share some responses, exchange ideas. In this type of format, this type of forum, like it's often a one-way exchange in either way. It's what started as a icebreaker for the a superficial person who wanted to express their opinion without like turning any interest in finding out what their opinions mean to someone else is kind of the classic YouTube content kind of thing. What turns out to be something superficial turned out to be a great conversation that led to a lot of different interactions regarding multiculturalism in different languages. So that's really well appreciated, and I think those are the things that will stay. At least in my opinion. I'll be talking about it quite often. This isn't the last time, and this isn't going to be the first. This isn't the first time, nor is it going to be the last time I have these really, really long conversations with people who really appreciate language. My dream gets some credit. Oh yeah, that's right, your dream with the random Chinese as you're having conversation. Yeah. So really appreciate it. Now I'm probably gonna go eat and sleep and do it all over again tomorrow. Only a little bit different because we have something different to do tomorrow as well. It's a Monday again. So yeah, I really appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to remember this vocabulary tomorrow. The Japanese section was really really low key because it's largely just taking account kanji at this point, because we know so much vocabulary. So on the Duolingo side, it's 10 or so kanji every unit, and that's pretty much it, and maybe one vocabulary word, since we're already over like 2500 to 2600 vocabulary words. There's no kanji assigned to them. In Chinese, it's a little bit different because I have to take account of all the vocabulary words, as well as all the characters, and it's already ahead. Like I'm approaching 500 characters in Hanzi. Well, we're catching up. Well, we're not really catching up. We're maybe 300 kanji in the near future. So it's been a wild ride so far, and I pretty much worked up a system in which how I'm gonna work this out. So anyways, continue relating, right? Have long discussions. Honestly, I used to do this thing where I talk to someone, like in a bunk bed or something. Like I used to have roommates who talk a lot. Like we converse a lot, basically, and we would converse to the point we fall asleep. I miss those days. I still remember, and at some point someone's gonna say goodnight because it's time to say goodnight. So in this case, I'm probably gonna be the one, right? We can go on forever, or we can try to, but gotta keep everyone sane. I'm gonna be doing this all over again tomorrow, and then the day before, and the day after. Those are the types of people I like to keep around with me. You don't forget things like that. Very rewarding, and I hope the silver lining here is I hope everyone has these experiences, or they get to have these experiences. Whether you're learning a new language, maybe with your new Japanese friend, your new Chinese friend. I hope that at least outside of the social contracts that we have in the public space, you have someone that you can talk to, relate to all the time in your personal space, right? And yeah, that's a wrap. Until next time, I'll be back tomorrow. So until then, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢。ありがとうございます。Right? Until whenever I see you again, またね。再见。Right? And stay safe, stay healthy, and catch you guys on the next one.